Now, to give you some context, this occurred roughly 14 years ago when I was about 12 years old and living in the eastern side of the Australian rainforest. When I say rainforest, our house was on a 40-acre property surrounded by bush. The house itself was owned by a Swiss man named Hans. Occasionally, he would come down for us and slash all of the long grass so that way we could easily get access to our house in the summer. It was also extremely handy because if you know anything about Australia, it's that we have tons of beasts that would very easily kill you. We lived about a 40-minute drive away from the small town centre. This meant that if we needed groceries, medical attention or contact to our parents, it would be a 40-minute drive before we could do anything. The house sat on the side of a large mountain roughly 3/4 of the way up, so naturally, most of the land we called home was strewn with valleys, nooks and hideaways. We had trails we could walk and they led to a small stream and a small waterfall. It was truly a beautiful place, considerably scarier to me though than my small siblings. We knew our neighbours on both sides of the property, but because the location of our house was pretty remote, our nearest neighbours was roughly 10 minutes away from us. That's going by car. One of our neighbours was a lovely old lady who used to wave at us as we were going off to the school bus before we made the trek to our house every day. The other was this middle-aged man and his family. He was a real jerk who excavated around the bottom border where our properties met. He would continually interrupt the waterfall flow and the supply of fresh water to us, and he didn't seem to care about doing so. Now, lots of strange and creepy things happen when you're living in the middle of nowhere, but one in particular involved a guy I certainly didn't want to ever meet again. Being pretty removed from people, it was extremely rare that we ever got visitors, but we didn't know who was coming. When we didn't recognise people who turned up, there wasn't a lot we could do about it. It was usually just because they were lost and needed directions, however. One day, though, a man in the ute came up roaring down our driveway. I remember running inside to tell my dad some weirdo was there. He immediately walked outside to see who this unwanted guest was. Here's a little background about my dad. He is literally the most hardcore person you'll ever meet. He has one leg after having it amputated earlier in his life in a car accident. He was in the Navy and was brought up in a very strict household. He had grown up in a very rough part of Sydney's west, so he had some pretty shady contacts too. So, in short, he was somebody you really wouldn't want to mess with. I wouldn't be surprised if he had killed someone in his life prior to having kids, to be honest. Anyway, my dad goes outside to see what all the commotion is while my mum keeps us inside. Now, being protective, the man has a red dog in the back of his car that looks like a German Shepherd crossbreed. It's more brown than red, but it still looks really strange. It snarled at my dad, but immediately cowered when this stranger told it to shut up. Our own dog, Millie, re-owned beast killer just for the record, was snarling and going ballistic whilst being chained up to the house. Hi, my name is John. The way the man spoke was like he was a salesman, a really slick and smooth guy who on the outside seemed friendly but with the overtone of wanting something. My dad immediately responded with, "So, what are you doing out here, John?" The man was taken aback, obviously not used to dealing with someone of such a hostile type as my dad. They then talked for a while, and I could hear my dad talking with a sense of confusion about whatever this man had to say. I did, however, overhear my dad say, "What are you thinking? Just call the cops." I found out later that that lovely old lady next to us had died. Apparently, John was on the other side of the property and went to visit and found her dead. He also asked if that my dad would be able to help move the body to make it easier for the police to investigate. This is obviously why my dad was telling the man to call the police immediately. Anyway, the police showed up later and wanted to take a statement from my dad and John was still hanging around the house until the police arrived. I remember my dad pulling an officer aside and explaining to him that John wanted to move the body when he first arrived. The police officer left without any more questions, as if it looked like she had died from natural causes. John was still inside our house. I found him to be a very unsettling person. The way he smiled, the darkness of his eyes. He was unfamiliar, but acting like he was one of us. I remember it was a school night and I was trying to watch the TV when he was playing songs on his guitar with my mum and dad at the table. I was angry because he was ruining my shows, and I told my mum I wanted him to go and that I thought he was weird. She smiled and told me she felt the same and I should just go off to bed. So the next day, things seemed pretty normal. I went to school, came home, not seeing the familiar friendly face of the old woman strung kind of scared me a bit, and I found it unsettling. It was almost calming seeing her. It felt strange, and I hoped that she knew her family loved her before she passed away. I was a bit sad on the walk home until halfway down the driveway, as I noticed John's ute again parked outside the front of our house. I walked closer and was greeted by his dog, Rusty. He walked outside with my dad and I heard him call Rusty to his car as he was leaving. Apparently he was borrowing some tools from my dad. He left and waved goodbye like he was someone that I was going to miss. Again, that sense of familiarity made me feel uncomfortable. I didn't know this guy. I didn't like this man. I was hoping he would never come down our driveway again. My dad pulled me aside and asked me what I thought of John. I labelled him a weirdo and told my dad I was hoping that he wouldn't come back. For the second night in a row, when John returned Dad's tools, he was sitting in our house playing guitar and annoying everyone, with my mum and dad visibly unimpressed by the situation. I heard my mum and dad argue about him hanging around until eventually my dad told him he needed to leave as it's time for us to go to bed. However, he still insisted that he would stay and he tried to find an excuse to do so. I found that very odd. I was very polite and knew when somebody needed to not stay, so why didn't this man do the same? Or did he not know why he wanted to leave? It was strange, almost like he was lost. However, after ushering him out, my mum and dad had a big talk in their room and my dad told us that he didn't like John at all, and that when he was going to ask him not to come over anymore, and if we ever saw John again, I must immediately tell him. The next day was a Saturday, so we were going to blow up our inflatable pool and go outside for a swim around 11 AM. But just as we went to do so, the sound of a car thundering down the driveway alerts me and I go outside. I run back inside and tell my dad that it is John, just like the first time I ever laid eyes on him. John, it's him. Dad, quick. My dad then goes outside and we stay inside with my mum, watching and listening for a screen door. John again, with his weird, over-familiar smile and dark eyes, greets my dad and is met with, "Look mate, I don't know who you are or what you think you're doing, but I don't want you coming around here anymore. You scared my kids and wives. I don't want you here, understand?" I didn't hear exactly what John had replied with, but from the tone of his voice it sounded like he was confused and tired for some reason with my dad. However, my dad wasn't having any of it and told him to go or he would call the cops. As he was leaving, my dad said, "Don't come back or you're going to be sorry." Now, As if it wasn't bad enough, this is where things got truly weird. As my dad lays this subtle threat on the man, his face completely changes to that of one of rage. He then glares straight back at us in the house, sticks up his fingers and speeds out of the driveway shouting profanities, churning up the gravel, throwing it towards our house. My dad came back and told us that we wouldn't be seeing from John anymore, and if we did, we were going to call the cops. I was relieved that this odd man, making me feel uncomfortable, was finally gone, and the way he reacted when he left confirmed the feeling I got from him, and I knew that I never wanted to see him again. I can't remember if it was a Sunday or Monday after that day, but John did come back. He was then trying desperately to explain himself with my dad and saying sorry for whatever upset he had caused us. Before he even got out of the ute, my dad said, "If you don't turn around and leave, I'm going to smash your face in." He did just that. My dad then went to call the cops to inform them about what was going on. Apparently, they were going to go and talk to John. I didn't hear any more of what happened about that conversation. A few weeks went by with no sightings or happenings with John, and we all felt like things were going back to normal. But that was until that our mailbox had been ripped out of the ground and smashed or possibly run over. I remember asking my dad what had happened, and he wasn't about to give me any ideas. He later told me that he knew it was John after the way that the conversation had ended. The next weekend after, we had went into town to get some groceries and a fast food dinner, as kind of a treat, and when we came back home down the driveway, my dad immediately stopped my mum from proceeding and said that he thought something was wrong. Next to the carport where we parked our car, there was a window that opened to the bathroom. My dad must have spotted the window was missing as we drove down. He got increasingly more tense until we all noticed the window was missing. I still remember being confused in the back seat, not really knowing what was going on until I saw it. A man, dark eyes, over-familiar, coming from the window that led to the shower. My dad was exploding with rage. He told my mum to rush down the driveway so we could really mess this guy up and give him what he deserved. The man proceeded to escape the window and run down the back of our property into thick latana, which is a really thick, thorny part of our property. Now, my dad only had one leg. He let Millie loose as she was going ballistic tied up to the house. She raced down to the latana and engulfed into the darkness of the hill. However, she come back with nothing. My dad went out with his flashlight and couldn't see anything either. Now, I'm not exactly sure if anybody had slept that night. None of our possessions had been stolen or even moved. We must have caught this man just as he was entering our house. The police came the next day and searched for fingerprints with no avail. My father was furious and again alerted them to John and his strange behaviour. They told us they would look into it again. That was the last time that we ever heard from John that year. I had almost completely forgotten about him and had the summer off to enjoy myself and get ready for high school. The school I was at was pretty large considering where we were, but everybody seemed to know each other very well, including the staff. Within my first week at the school, we were introduced to all the teachers and the assistant teachers. I was caught completely off guard when that over-familiar dark-eyed man from the previous year was reintroduced as a teacher. Except instead of John, he was introduced as George or something. I went into a little bit of a spin as I was trying to make sense of all of this. I was 100% sure that this man named George was something or exactly the same man who had introduced himself to me earlier as John. At that moment, so many things rushed into my head. What if he had killed the lady? What if he didn't live close by? What if he wanted to move the body so he could frame my dad? If he had lied about something as critical as his name, what else was he going to lie about? What if the police never even made contact with him? Now, I was sitting there for a good 10 minutes trying to piece all of this together, until my teacher called my name to bring me back to reality. That is when he noticed me. The look on his face when he saw mine was one that I'm never gonna forget. He immediately recognized me. He looked shocked. His eyes were wide and he said nothing. He just stared at me. I just found out his dirty little secret. I can make sense of all of this now. The one feeling that was uncomfortable to me was overwhelming. Later that day I rushed home to tell my dad what I had found out. He was shocked and repeatedly asked me if I was sure. He went to school the next day to discover that the man had put in an indefinite leave the next day and wouldn't return. When we learned of the news, my dad told me to watch out for him and that I should watch out for John or George, whoever it was, if they ever returned. So whoever you are, John, George, Greg, let's never meet again. Back in December of 2012, I received a notice from the manager at the grocery outlet that I worked at that we would be getting a new member of the overnight crew, scheduled to be in the following night. The crew, who consisted of myself and several others, all worked together for quite some time and we all grew into really good friends, so the next night it's myself and two others scheduled when the new guy comes in. I already knew this guy to be by the name of John. I'll just change it for this story's sake. So I immediately went up to introduce myself and all that jazz before showing him around and telling him exactly what was expected to happen at any given night. Surprisingly, he seemed to be quite a quick learner. Not that that stuff is too complicated, but it can be a bit tricky at first. But he never asked any questions or made comments, almost acting as if he even knew what he was being told or he wasn't interested. Being the supervisor, I was pretty much the authority, but I never used it. Now, while working there, everybody was used to a loud atmosphere as we play music and yell a lot. It helped us keep us awake and somewhat energized. As time went on, I tried to break him in, but John didn't seem interested, preferring to work alone and not take part in our antics. As time went on, his work began to falter. Soon, he began to slow down and disappear to the back of the store for a while, doing whatever, then returning for an hour or so later. But I always figured that he was being productive, so I just left him alone. What did surprise me though was that John would use a box cutter. He wouldn't cut off the tape, but instead he would stab the boxes and rip them open. I told him to be careful, but he merely shrugged at me every time. One day the manager called me and asked me to talk about how John's been doing at night. I told him about how he becomes slower with work and he seemed much less interested, seeming to do the bare minimum to get by. He suggested that we should talk and I agreed. 3 nights later, it's just Mark and myself on the schedule. After doing the usual stuff for a while, it was finally break time. We decided to walk over to the gas station / convenience store nearby and buy some stuff for our lunch break. As we got back, I noticed that the entrance door was left open. That's not good. Someone must have forgotten to close it. Mark said that he did. That's odd. We then head inside and continued working until our lunch break. We were sitting in the break room and ended up chatting when we both simultaneously heard something that sounded like one of those freights moving. It was really weird. It didn't make sense why we heard it. It happened again shortly after there. So I got up and checked it out and Mark stayed inside the break room. I go out to the sales floor and notice that one of the freights had been moved a few feet away from where it had originally been left. As some merchandise had fallen over and was laying on the ground, I began picking stuff up, and I then heard Mark call my name. I was completely used to yelling, so I just casually walked back towards the room to meet up with Mark. He pointed towards the emergency exit and said that somebody had just walked out, but the alarm didn't go off. I jogged up to peer outside and saw nothing. At first I thought this was some kind of joke. I laughed it off and told him to stop messing with me, but he insisted. I then walked out and around the store but saw no one. I came back in through the front entrance and met up with Mark once again near the break room. What did scare me though was when Mark and I walked to the emergency exit. Mark suddenly turned around and saw someone walking. He nudged me and I just turned around to barely see the person walking towards the freezer and around the corner, which was all the way on the opposite end of the backside of the store. I ran to catch up with whoever it was, but I didn't see anyone when I turned the corner. The freezer was locked, so whoever it was couldn't have gotten inside unless they had a key, but I had the only one. Mark came up to me and asked me if I believed him now. I said I did. We could be in the store, but how did they get in? I had then thought of the left open entrance from earlier, the fact that the emergency exit alarms were disabled. It must be someone who either works here and is aware of our movements in the alarm system or something. We headed back to the sales floor to investigate some more. Nothing had been knocked off or anything. It was just weird. I walked up near the front entrance and peered out of the window towards the parking lot and again saw no one. By then, as I turned towards the front entrance, I saw someone walking from the parking lot to the back side of the store. This time, I recognised who it was. It was John. What was he doing here? He's not supposed to be working. I yelled out for Mark, who came up to me as I told him that John's outside and he's heading towards the backside of the store. He nods and runs off while I follow. We waited by the emergency exit for about 5 minutes, but John never entered. I then yelled out to Mark that he should head to the sales floor while I stayed back there. I could hear him run off as I stayed by the emergency exit. Out of nowhere, I turned around and suddenly saw John standing about 20 feet from me with a box cutter in his hand. I just watched as he stared at me. How did he end up behind me? I asked him what he was doing there and said that this wasn't funny. He didn't seem to pick up on it though. Finally, when he did move, it was to position the box cutter in an upwards cutting like position, like he was going to stab me across the chest or something, but he eventually lowered it and spoke to me. Tell the manager I quit. He then put the box cutter in his pocket and walked towards the opposite end once again towards the freezer and turned the corner, disappearing. This is one of the scariest experiences that I've ever had. Here it goes. At the time I was 10 years old and lived in a small coastal town in Newfoundland that was literally with large forests everywhere. Almost every house had acres of forestry behind it, which in itself was very beautiful. I'm now 21 and living in a bustling city in Alberta. So I do sometimes find myself missing the setting in my old backyard every once in a while, but it's usually accompanied by the unsettling memory of what I'm about to recount. By the time I was in 4th grade, I was already trusted to be home alone by myself as my mother went out to visit my grandmother and aunt, who literally lived a few minutes down the road from us. I was happy to have such a privilege. I was an only child and my father worked in another province months at a time, so I was very lucky to have this opportunity. It usually meant late night movies and video gaming, and on the odd night exploring the forests. This night I was exploring the woods. I usually never went too far in, usually upon a rock formation that I like to climb and look out through the trees in all directions. The house was always in sight, so I never felt scared or frightened by being there. I felt like I was on my own private place that only I could enjoy. So, I was scaling the rocks and I sit in my usual spot. I suddenly hear something coming in from further. It wasn't a sound that was natural at all. It was crying. Faint crying. It sounded like it was a child or maybe an infant, but just off. It was relentlessly crying. I was more puzzled than scared, since crying was the last thing that I expected to hear while in the forest. I must have listened for a good few minutes, convinced that my ears were playing tricks on me. But it was in fact crying. In my mind, I imagined it was a young girl that somehow wandered too far into the forest and needed my help. I considered going back to the house and calling my mother to help, but then I worried that the girl would have wandered further beyond earshot. I decided to try and locate it myself. I made my way hastily through the trees and branches, trying to figure out exactly where the crying was coming from. It definitely wasn't as easy as I thought, and it was a matter of trial and error, even making sure I was going in the right direction. One thing I realised as I was doing all this was how consistent the crying was. No pauses, no words of any kinds, just non-stop wailing that had no end. When I did notice, when I got closer to the sound, it sounded more metallic to me. I eventually reached a small clearing that had only a few trees and branches and nothing else. I had never gone in this far before, so this was my first time that I had ever seen it. When I made my way in, it didn't take long for me to find the location of the source. There was a grey tape player recorder, one of the biggest I'd ever seen. It was peeking out of one of the bushes and the crying sound was coming out on the speakers. This really disturbed me, as I'd went in all the way expecting to find a real person, but there was only a tape recorder. I was about to shut it off and I heard another sound coming just outside the clearing on the opposite side. It sounded like steady steps, advancing towards my direction. It only took seeing a tall shadowy figure coming my way to send me running. Fortunately, by some miracle, I recognised my way back by identifying rocks and trees as landmarks. Looking back, this probably saved my life. I never looked back, and I didn't try listening to see if the person was following me. I just kept telling myself to make it home, nothing else, just get home. Once I saw the large rock formation, it didn't take me long to know the rest of the way out without needing to survey my surroundings. I was out of the forest in record time and immediately ran to my house, locking the door and shutting all of the lights off as I went to my bedroom. I didn't want the person to know where I lived, or I would really be done for. After shutting the curtains of my window, I peeked out through them discreetly as I could, just to see whoever had been out there that had actually made them sounds, just making sure that they hadn't catched up with me. I didn't see anyone, but I stayed out by that window for a good hour, waiting for someone to emerge out of the forest shadows, but nothing ever did. After that, I went straight to bed. I never told my mother about what happened that night. I also never had the nerve to be able to go back into that forest again. When I was younger, camping was my absolute favourite thing to do, and my favourite person in the world to go with was my dad. So, me and my dad always went camping, but especially in the summertime. We loved to camp then just because we lived so close to a good camping site. Well, our house was kind of in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by lots of trees, and basically it was a forest, but it was great for camping. One night we decided that we would leave just like we normally did, so that way when we get to the spots it's just becoming morning and we avoid the intense midday sun. That way it made it far easier for us to set up camp and stuff. There was one particular location that we really liked that had a body of water. My dad liked it especially because we could use the water for cooking and stuff. So that would save us fresh water that we had to use for drinking. So we began walking off during the night. We couldn't really think of anything to do, so we just started telling stories to each other. My dad started on some ghost stories, and obviously being a child, these scared me to the death. But I loved listening to them. I was so young and innocent, it was just great. We kept on walking and the moonlight was helping guide us. We had to be very careful where we walked because obviously there were other animals, but that didn't matter so much because my dad had his gun. And obviously I couldn't touch it, but it made me feel so much safer knowing that he actually had that on him at all times. Now the only situation that we had before that scared us was we were camping one night and we saw flashlights. My dad said that he might go and investigate, but decided that it would be better if he just laid low and let them pass. Now it was a very intense few seconds while we were actually waiting for them to pass, but eventually they did and we heard nothing of it from then. Well, that was the most scary encounter that I ever had with my dad, but my dad had one more scary thing that happened to him. While he was out camping on his own, he heard what sounded like lots of screaming sounds coming from the distance, but he just couldn't figure out exactly where it came from. He still had no idea what they were to this day, and he almost didn't ever go back to the forest because of how much it scared him. I know that after that he bought his gun, and that's the same one that he has on him now. Now I know for a fact that this must have really scared him because he's not the type to just go out and buy a gun. In fact, he was strongly against them at one point, and he's tough as nails anyway. So I couldn't see why he'd got one initially, but it was only later when he told me about that story that I then finally fully understood, even in my young age. So we continue walking in the moonlight. My dad decides to turn on his flashlight because how rugged the ground was, and the last thing that you want to do is break your ankle or twist it out here. Mostly because that with all the trees there's no way that an emergency helicopter can land and rescue you. The only way that people can actually come back and find you is by trekking on foot, and that can take hours, especially travelling as far in as we were. As we were going, we didn't encounter any other people like we usually didn't. I did stop for a second because I thought I heard a screaming sound. My dad instantly looked very scared when I said this. He stopped and I did, and we both just listened. There it was again, but even more faint. I looked at my dad and he still had a concerned look on his face. He then crouched down and started looking through his scope, just to see if anything was there. I noticed how sweaty his hands were. Now, with all the ghost stories that we had just been talking about, I was terrified that there was some kind of ghost or monster that was about to come and get us. Looking back on it now, my dad was obviously far more worried about people coming, but to be honest, I even wonder if he thought it was something else out there. When you're that far away in the woods away from everyone else, and it can be so quiet but loud at times, it's a really scary feeling. Just how overbearing the trees are can put chills into you at night. Some of them are so thick that you can't even see the moonlight. After a few more seconds of crouching down, the noise finally stops and my dad agrees that it's time for us to go. So we both get up and start moving, only this time we're moving a lot faster than we did before, and we're more quiet, taking care. Now, even though my dad was very tough, I was still very scared because when you see the person who's meant to be the strongest being scared, it's very unsettling. I said to my dad, "Do you think this is a ghost?" and he didn't answer. I knew now it is my time to be quiet. And we kept on walking further into the night, and eventually we began to ease off and he put his rifle back onto his shoulder, not in a position where that he could fire it instantly like he was for most of the walk. By now it was still dark. Not only that, there was a mist forming. This scared me more than anything because I said to my dad that this is certainly a sign of ghosts coming. He still looked very concerned and got his rifle back again, and I also felt fear again. We continued walking and my dad eventually said that we're gonna have to stop for the night, we can't keep on walking forever. I'm pretty sure we're far enough away from whatever that is now, and I've got my gun. So, after about an hour we finally set up our camp, and we also set up a fire. My dad said that it's very important to have a fire for heat and keeping animals away. I very carefully listened because I loved learning and listening from my dad. As I was sitting with him, we started cooking some food, and he then told me that story about the weird screaming sound he had heard before, and why that he had his rifle. I wasn't so scared when he told me this time, I was more understanding. It was very weird though just to see how concerned my dad looked. I think telling the story scared him so much that he said that we should go to bed. So we finished our food and gone into our tent and cut the light off. I was struggling to sleep because of all the ghost stories that my dad was telling me. I was almost certain that someone was going to come down and take me away. It was a really scary feeling to have, knowing that there's nothing protecting you other than maybe a millimeter of fabric on the tent. I eventually did drift off to sleep, however. I don't remember much of my dream, just that I didn't get very good sleep. After about half an hour into my sleep, I was awoken. I didn't know what had woken me up at the time, I just kind of laid there with my eyes open. You know if you ever get woke up in the night and you kind of need to know what's going on? Yeah, that. So I laid there for ages, and I didn't hear anything, but then I heard it. Surely I didn't hear it. I thought I heard that same screaming sound that I heard earlier again. So I stopped again and I didn't hear it for ages, and I thought that maybe it's just in my head, and I started to go to sleep again. Then I heard that same sound again, but this time it was even closer than before. Dad, shh. My dad was already awake. I didn't realise at the time, but he already had his rifle loaded. Then I heard that screaming sound again. It was getting even closer, and my dad whispered to me that I had to stay still and as silent as possible. There was no need for him to tell me that twice, and I laid there, terrified, and I began shaking, and my dad put his arm around me to comfort me, and I began to shake a little less, but I was still petrified. I couldn't move. I went to tell my dad that we shouldn't have to worry, but I was literally petrified to the point that I couldn't speak. The screaming sound got even closer. My dad gripped his rifle even harder. Then there was another sound. It sounded like an animal screaming this time. The main sound that we could hear wasn't like an animal. It was just very off. But it sounded almost like there was a deer screaming constantly. Then there was nothing. Silence. And we just laid there waiting and waiting, but nothing happened. I laid there for what felt like an eternity, and was probably the longest I've ever felt like time has went in my life. As I peered up, I could see that it was becoming daylight, and the sounds from inside the forest finally come to a slow stop. Not entirely, but a lot of the animals had went back to sleep for the day, or at least those who hunt at night. We then waited for maybe another hour. Then my dad finally said that I'm gonna go out, but I had to wait there. He then slowly and meticulously opened the tent door and peered outside, first by sticking his rifle out. He then got up and I couldn't hear from him again. I could see his shadow and could tell that he was surveying the area. I was so curious as to what was actually out there that I actually went out myself then. I gone through and my dad looked at me, but for a second I think he understood and just looked back again with his rifle. I can now see that it was clear as day. I went to walk up to where my dad was because I wondered what he was looking at, and he told me to be quiet again, and there was a blood print. It looked like that of a very large animal, and it went on for a long way. My dad said that he thought we should follow it, but it would probably be best if I stayed back. I told him that I couldn't, and that if I stayed back, what if it was still around? He said that was true, and we both followed. There was also this terrible smell, and all the hairs on the back of my neck began to stand up. I didn't know why. Then I looked at my dad, and he was doing the same. I just had a really weird feeling that I needed to get out of there as quick as possible. I looked at my dad, and he pointed something, and this smell was terrible. My dad looked over down a little hill and made me stop as we went further. As he turned back to me, his face went completely white, and he just said, "Let's go." I didn't know why he said this, but I sprinted back to the tent and went to get my stuff. He said, "No, we're getting out of here. No, leave your stuff, let's go." But Dad, what about... No, we're going. We then began walking, and my dad said that, "No, we've got to get out of here." He was walking quicker than me, and eventually we began jogging, then sprinting. The smell was worse. I don't know how this was happening. I'm sure we'd moved further away. "Dad, what did you see? Dad!" "Shh! Let's go!" We kept on running. We kept on running for what felt like an eternity, until eventually we got back to a road and my dad knew his way back. Just as we were walking though, we heard it again. That strange scream sound. There was no need to talk to each other this time. We both sprinted now, and we finally got home. My dad then spoke to my mum about what had happened and made me go into the other room. After a while my parents split and I stayed with my mum. I didn't really get to see my dad much after that experience, and I asked my mum what he had told her, and she said basically the same of what I already knew. I did say to her to be honest, as I asked her this when I was older, and she said that's all I knew. He was about to tell me more, but he never got round to it in the end. I never got round to seeing my dad again in a situation where I could actually ask him. He passed away, as this story was a long time ago, but he never told me what he actually saw. This story happened when I was around 10 years of age and involves 4 of my childhood friends. In case you didn't know, I'm a 28-year-old female and I'm from a very country southern state. This was the most awful thing that I've been through in my life. This takes place in the mountains. I was always so excited to see the weekend approaching, partly because I had a pretty cool mum who would take me places with my friends and pretty much let us have a little freedom. Other part is I always got to spend the weekends with my friends, so my best friend, Belina, asked if she could come spend the weekend with us. I asked my mum, who says yes. I waited until her mum dropped her off at the bottom of my hill and walked down to meet her. We walked excitedly back to my house. My mum then said her friend's best friend, Chris, called and asked if we wanted to come up to the mountain house where they lived for a visit. So my mum asked Belina and I wanted to go. We both replied with yes. Chris, kids and Alan and Jay. So we left our house within 10 minutes and descended for their home. As I said, they live on top of a huge mountain that is very densely forested for miles and miles. So after 20 minutes of driving, we finally made it to their home. My mum went in and was greeted by Chris. Belina and I went out to talk to Alan and Jay, who also had a few friends with them. We knew everything there and walked to them. Scott being the oldest, Jay the second oldest, Ray and then Alan being the youngest. They all kept going on and on about this cabin that they had built far out in the woods. It was probably about 3 miles into the forest from their house. The boys wanted to take us down to explore it. We agreed. I was used to roaming half of these woods and I always loved venturing into them. I grew up there my whole life. That all changed after this though. We then told my mum and used the bathroom before we went. They sniggered, jumped onto their ATVs, screamed that they're going to be ahead of us, and told us to follow them when we're done. We then get into the house, use the restroom, and ask my mum if we could go. We're in a hurry to catch up with the boys and she says yes, but to be careful. So we raced out of the house. We start walking down their hill to descend to the main dirt road. We had to walk approximately half a mile to get to the road that led to the cabin. It was mostly downhill, except for the flat main bottom road. We skipped merrily along, talking about the guys as we're going. They always like playing pranks and jokes on me since I was their sister and grew up with them. So I told Belina that I had a feeling that they're gonna jump out and scare us or something. Little did I know, I was in for a different surprise. We walked about another mile to finally reach this cabin. It felt like it took us forever, as this wasn't a road but a path. Sorry that I didn't elaborate more on the road, but this happened a very long time ago and I don't remember it all. When we finally reached it, no one was at the site. We walked onto the little porch and knocked on the door, waiting for one of the guys to jump out and try and scare us. We stepped back and marveled at the little cabin. Jay did a really good job on it. He was always into building and creating and growing things. We finally checked the door and stepped into the little room. The cabin only had 2 rooms. It wasn't very big at all. No one appeared to be inside or in the general area. All we can hear are the sounds of wildlife as we stood there for a moment trying to figure out what to do. We then heard the ATVs a little way above the cabin, not back towards the main road but further down the path. We followed the sounds and finally see the guys. They're speeding off down the path. Stop long enough to yell at us to keep following them and take off down the path of the woods. We both groaned very loudly. Belina expresses concern and just wants to go back the way we both came to our house. It was probably around 3 in the evening and she didn't want to be out in the woods anymore. I, on the other hand, I was a little explorer. I wanted to keep going down the path, thinking somehow we could just find the guys and possibly prank them. Boy, do I regret that now. In fact, I should have kicked their butts for this little escape. So we take off further down the path and I ended up talking Belina into it. We walked for like 2 hours before we both realised that we're lost. We come to a fork in the road. There stood a tree with 2 arrows pointing to either side of it on a split road. I forget to mention that it was summertime and the daylight was long. It doesn't get dark here until around 8ish in the summer. We had walked for probably about 2 hours in total so far and seriously didn't know which direction to go. My friend started to panic a bit and I calmed her down, assuming that we still had plenty of daylight ahead and affirming this to her and that we would make it back with plenty of time to go, although I wasn't so sure of that. Now we're about 7 miles into the woods and there were endless, at the time, trees, so we didn't really know exactly where we were. So we both decided to stick to the right of the mountain and we took off. Belina was laughing and saying she was going to kick our butts later. I laughed and we made plans to get them back. We walked for what seemed like forever and somehow ended up back on the split road again. It was now growing a little darker, nearing dusk with every minute. But by this time, we realised that we probably were going to get stuck out in the woods. By this point, I was just as scared as she was. At that time, we stood frozen to the road trying to figure out where to go next. That's when about 15 yards back, I heard a twig snap. I then shushed Belina and asked her if she heard it also. She started smiling and was about to call out for the other guys, and I suddenly stopped her, told her to stay quiet for a minute. We continued to hear these footsteps. For some reason I felt more terrified than I ever have in my life before. I whispered for Belina to start walking slowly down the left fork. The footsteps then began inching closer and closer towards our location. It was really strange. We tried to be as quiet as we could, but leaves were all under us. For some reason I knew that these footsteps didn't belong to our friends. I had this awful feeling of dread, and my friends started to pick up on that also. As the footsteps started sounding closer and faster, I decided to book it down the path as my friend followed. I just felt I was running for my life, and that if I slowed down, I wasn't ever going to make it back or go home again. We finally reached the embankment on the side of the path, so we decided to climb up it. I tore into the mountains with my feet, my legs, and scratched myself along the way. We could finally see the barn up ahead of us, which was old and had not been used in a very long time. The footsteps still approached us after a short pause. My guess is that they were quieter as they reached the mountain. Also, we had done descending into the tall grassy fields, which made it easier to mask any sounds. As I realised our surroundings, I remembered their family graveyard was up ahead of the barn. It was very old and had very old headstones. I decided that this was our best chance to hide and get a view of whoever it was chasing us, so we ran through the iron gate and hid behind the largest tomb we could find. It grew very quiet and almost eerie as we stood frozen. My mind was racing, my body shaking, my heart was beating out of control. Who was chasing us from the woods? Why did they want us? I had so many questions. Questions that may never actually be answered. Belina and I sat there for what seemed like an eternity, but it was more around 10 minutes. It gave us a chance to calm down, control our breathing, and cool down from our run. We finally decided to stand up halfway so that we could see if anyone was around us. We crept up to our feet, still crouching behind the grave. What we both saw next literally made us pee our pants. There, at the beginning of the cemetery, stood a man, probably about 6 feet tall, appearing to weigh about 170 pounds and wearing very dark clothing. His eyes looked very dark and wild. He stood there, searching the graveyard with his eyes, almost like an animal hunting its prey, trying to listen for us. We both immediately ducked back behind the stone. We both started breathing heavily again, scared to death. He then saw us rise up again. Belina shot me a look as the man started rustling around. I peered up and met him in an eye gaze. He then turned his body towards our hiding place, looked at me and gave me a wicked smile, and then said, "There you are." I didn't even hesitate. I screamed to Belina. We both jumped up and started running towards the back of the cemetery fence. The man chased us down. Luckily for us, this cemetery had a very short fence, so we hurriedly hopped over it and began to run in the direction of the house. We ran out of the clearing and reached the gravel road. We didn't slow down, stop, or look behind us. We just ran as fast as we possibly could towards a house. The gravel was very loud beneath our feet. We made it part ways there, and at the bottom of the road, the boys all stood there looking very worried. We ran out to them so fast that we jumped up. I ran into Scott's arms, crying, with Belina right beside me. She was crying too. Both of us looked an absolute mess, bleeding from the climb earlier, sweaty, and our appearance was of being very shaken. We suddenly turned around and remembered the reason for all the panicking, to see a man running back towards the graveyard, Scott, Jay and Alan all screaming and chasing after him. We never saw him again. The boys chased him into the woods and couldn't catch up with him, so they came back and walked up the house. They all started crying, feeling bad for trying to mess with us earlier. Our parents waiting on us, scared to death. Jay and the boys admitted to leaving us and taking off in the woods thinking it was funny and that we would find our own way back. As it grew later, they all began to worry about us and had went back to search for us and couldn't find us. They went to all of our parents and admitted what they had done, and they all went out searching for us and started to panic when they couldn't find us. Chris was actually on the phone with 911 when we arrived, about to send a search and rescue for us. We had been gone for close to 5 hours. We told them about the man who followed us, and the police wanted us to give a description of him. They searched through the woods and mountains, but there wasn't a trace. The boys all then got grounded for playing their tricks. They honestly were all shook up about it though, thinking that they'd never see us again. Scared because it was getting dark and the man. They felt guilty thinking about him and thought it was all their fault. Needless to say, we forgave them. I never went back to that cabin, or them woods for that matter, again. When I was younger, the fairground was something that I always loved to go to. There was just something about it. Maybe it's just being out with my friends. I don't know, it was just something that I always found magical about it. Maybe it's because I'd went to them all my life, but anyway, on to my story. Like I said, I love going to the fairground, and this year was no different to any other back from my childhood. Just as the summer rolled in, the cars rolled up for the fair. I used to go to it just with my parents, but as I got older, to let's say maybe 13, 14, I stopped going with my parents completely and could be trusted to go to the fairground on my own. Now, this is something that I love doing. I just love the sense of independence and freedom. So I'd always go with my two best friends, John and Hank. John and Hank were slightly different to me because they liked just going to try and win prizes and chocolates. Who wants to win $5 candy anyway? What I always wanted to go to was the haunted house attractions. I don't know exactly why I liked haunted houses so much. Maybe it's because every time I'd went it'd been the highlight for me. Or the adrenaline rush, I'm not sure. Either way, I knew that it was the first thing that I was going to go to when I actually got there. So the day rolled round and we arrived. As we got there, I was so persistent on going to the haunted house, and it kind of rubbed up John and Hank the wrong way. They were slightly getting irritated at me, but we just come to an agreement. Fine. You two go off to whatever you want to do, and I'm going to go to the haunted house by myself. Just meet back near the slides. And they agreed, and that's just what happened. It seemed like I hadn't even turned my back on them for a second, and they were already gone. As I realised this, I started walking off by myself. Everything was normal. I decided I'd go and get some candy floss just before I actually started though. I really enjoyed this candy. I don't know why I liked it so much. It was only $2 too, so I thought it was quite cheap. I turned round to look for any sign of them, but I couldn't see them at all. That was weird. Just as I was enjoying my candy, it started to rain. I thought to myself, this is just gonna make my new shoes get wrecked. But hey, it's gonna make the house all the more scary. And just as I walked further off on my own, I started to get a really weird feeling, almost like I was being watched. I didn't feel comfortable. There were a few other people here, but I don't know, it just felt odd, almost like I was in a bubble, or I was somehow different or special compared to everyone else, but not in a good way. Almost like I was a target. I just thought it was the adrenaline kicking in and the excitement of knowing I was about to go to that haunted house. Where they set up the haunted house was really cool. It wasn't very well lit up, so it was almost hard to see, but it overshadowed the whole rest of the attractions at the park. I began walking there and I looked up and I saw a flash of lightning, and it was right next to the moon. Oh, this is sick. I can't wait to get in there. As I was walking, I could hear my trainers getting wrecked, but I didn't care. I could just go and throw them in the wash when I got home. So I kept on walking up to the haunted house. The excitement began to overtake me, but so was this overwhelming fear. I wasn't sure what to do initially. It was just weird. I stopped in my tracks, once again after taking a step forward. I guess it was just the feeling of being alone, I thought to myself, and knowing that I didn't really have any backup. After I looked around, I couldn't even see anyone else around me in this side of the park. It was really strange. I looked back towards the house. No one. It was like I was in a ghost town. I couldn't quite fathom why nobody would be there. Heck, it's the best place, I thought. So I began walking very slowly and cautiously towards it. Oh great man, I can get that adrenaline coming again, I was thinking. As I was taking steps though, however, I got that overwhelming sense of being watched again. It was raining quite heavily now and I could still hear people in the distance, but maybe it was a paranoia, but it almost felt like I was completely alone there. And I continued walking even closer. As I did, the adrenaline kept rising and rising. Oh, at least I haven't got to wait in line for anyone, I thought to myself, as I walked right up to the counter. Hey, anyone here? I'm ready to go in the haunted house. Hello? Hello? I didn't hear anything. Oh, great, I guess it's closed. I didn't hear anything even after I said that aloud. I thought maybe thinking aloud would prompt somebody just to pop up. Why are there no staff here? This is really weird. I suddenly got an overwhelming urge to just get out of there. I was looking to the ground trying to think, then I saw a sign. Short on staff, but ride is still open. Just walk in. Oh great, I haven't even got to pay. This just gets better. And I walked up to where you have to go in. Now it was extremely dark and I couldn't even tell if there was a door shut. Luckily, I had a small torch on me and I lit it. As I did, I could see that it was in fact open. I took one step in there and I almost felt like every fibre in my body was telling me to book it out of there. But I didn't. I thought that was just how you were meant to feel. So I walked in. After what seemed like walking for an eternity, I was really confused and stopped in my tracks once again. This just doesn't feel right. How could I have walked this far and not even found any of the rooms in the house? Maybe it was shut. Either way, it's pretty cool. And I continued walking and I went into the first room. Oh wow, this is really cool, I thought. There was all kinds of weird ghost noises and screams, and there was an animatronic that jumped out at you and it really made me jump. I continued round the corner and was met by some stairs. This is amazing. How did they make this look so real? I thought. It was almost like it was an actual house I was in. Now at this point, I could have either went left or right. Left would have kind of talked me back to that room I just in, and the right just looked like it was going to be some more audio loops trying to make you jump. But the stairs just had something enticing about them. I didn't know if they were safe enough to go up. I took one step up and I heard the loudest creak in my life. It made me jump. It was almost too loud. I knew the adrenaline was getting to me, but I was almost shaking now. Something was just off. I couldn't even hear anybody else in the distance. I only realised this later looking back on it, but at the time I was so in the moment. As I looked there, I saw a small arrow on the wall pointing to go up. Oh wow, this is good. This is going to be so cool. I can't wait to let the other guys come and see this with me, I thought again to myself. I began walking up the steps and it was creaking louder and louder. It almost felt like I was going to fall through them. I was just so immersed in the moment. I climbed to near the top of the stairs and I heard some whispering. That almost sounded too real. Maybe it's just the staff. This is weird. I took another step and I heard it again, and I'm pretty sure that I saw somebody move. I got to the top of the stairs and it was completely black. I was thinking to myself, this can't be where you're meant to go, surely, but the arrow pointed right up here. Just as I went to turn back, I heard a staff say, in a deep, menacing voice, "No, this is right, you just keep on walking right up here." So that was just what I was about to do. I turned round and I could see a room. It was very dark again, with almost just one candlelight illuminating it. There were some others I couldn't see, and this long hallway that led to a sign that said exit. Oh, well, that was short, I thought to myself, and I was really annoyed. I had once again got that overwhelming feeling though that I should turn back. I decided to fight it and start walking. I heard one of the staff talking, trying to be scary to me. "That's it, just keep on walking, that's it." I was laughing and saying, "You know what I'm gonna do," back to them. Obviously I was gonna keep on walking. As I did so, I said, "That's not so scary, I can see you standing there." And then I heard a different voice, completely different to the one I'd already heard. And then my eyes adjusted to the night. It wasn't just one or two staff members, there was 4 people all in that dark room. Now suddenly it hit me. Why would there be 4 staff members completely in the dark, all just standing there waiting for me? This doesn't make an ounce of sense. At that moment I realised how bad of a situation I was actually in. I let out the loudest scream I ever have in my life. They didn't even react, they just sat there waiting as if I didn't hear them. I legged it down the steps. As I did, the first step cracked and fell straight through to the ground. I nearly went with it and I kept on running. Then I could hear people shouting behind me, talking about me escaping and closing the door. I was so scared, I booked it all the way down the steps and nearly went the wrong way and continued running. As I did so, somebody tried to grab me from the little room. I continued screaming and running through where I think I'd just come from, but I'd actually went a different way, but it led me completely out in a different direction. I saw a door and prayed to God that it would open. I kicked it and thankfully it fell down. What? This isn't even the park. What I was faced with was just a forest. What? This doesn't make any sense. They were getting even closer to me and I screamed again and continued sprinting. I was scared enough to be out there when it was raining and dark, but I didn't really have a choice. I just kept on sprinting and sprinting. I was calling out for my friends. Where are they? Help! I was screaming at the top of my lungs. How has nobody heard me? Why can't I hear the other people anymore? I was now deep into the forest and terrified. I had to slow down to catch my breath and I heard nothing. It finally hit me that I was in a terrible situation. I needed to keep on walking, but I didn't know if I was ever going to find my way back. After walking for a good 20 minutes, I finally found a road, and it was one that I'd recognised. It led to roughly where my friends lived, and I knew if I followed it, I'd eventually get home. That's not to say I took my time though. I jogged for a good 20 minutes to get back where I lived. As I got back, I was met by my 2 friends. "Where were you? Your mum's worried sick." "None of us have a clue where you went or what happened. Are you okay, man?" I didn't realise at the time, but I was in shock, so I just said, "Yeah, I'm okay." "Dude, you're not. Your face is all white. What happened?" I just need to get home. And that's just what I did. For the following weeks after, I blocked out all of that from my memory. I did, however, ask my friends what they did, and they said, well, nothing, because the entire place closed down only 30 minutes after I'd left them, and that was the exact time that I would have been in the house attraction. That fair never set up again in that location, and that was the last that I ever heard of it. And it's only as an adult now that I understand just how scary of a situation that was, and that I should have took action. I should have called the cops at least, or just told someone. I start to shake if I think about what had happened and re-envision myself in that dark room with God knows how many people. It just terrifies me, and it's something that I really want to forget. Over the last 20 years, I have had the privilege of being able to portray the iconic Santa Claus at my local mall. For safety purposes, all the names and locations within these writings have been changed, but the context remains exactly the same. 20 years ago, I took on the iconic role of Santa Claus at my local mall. Christmas is my favourite holiday, and I always had the Santa Claus build anyway. I was somewhat overweight. I was a gentleman who was able to grow a long beard during the winter season. All I had to do was dye my beard white, don the red suit, and I'd be golden. I worked on the voice the best I could to ensure that I didn't sound like a 20-something-year-old guy. I had the voice, the suit, the beard, the look, and everything else that I needed to get ready for the Christmas rush. Outside of the red suit, I was just an electrician who makes a decent wage, but every year for 20 years after Thanksgiving, I was Santa Claus. A beacon of joy and happiness for little kids all around the world. In my 20 years on the job, I learned the most valuable job that, out of all of my time, I did so. Never promise anything. There will always be kids that ask for a lot for Christmas, things that most parents couldn't even dream of getting their kids. I was taught from day one that you always say the following: Santa will see what he can do. Making promises was the last thing that you wanted to do. Really, it was. Some parents could barely afford to buy their children's decent clothes, let alone a new video game system or whatnot. I had held back tears numerous times whenever a kid would ask for something as simple as a new toothbrush. The great thing about this mall was that there was no fee to sit on my lap, and the only fee came if you wanted a picture to take home, which was an even $5 at a nice 8x10 and 2 wallet prints. This Christmas was the toughest because it was my last year portraying Santa Claus. All of the mall employees hugged me every day when I came to work outside of the costume. By this time, I was pushing 50, still working as an electrician, but I always thought that portraying Santa Claus was my best job ever. All good things must come to an end, however, and thus did my job as portraying the iconic Santa Claus. The day after Thanksgiving, known as Black Friday to most, was the first day of my last tenure as Santa. There were tears, mostly from me, but I knew whoever was taking my place was going to do just great. The turnout that year was far better than anyone had ever imagined. I thank God that it turned out this way. I think word got out that simply the man himself, Ted Bridges, that's me, was retiring as Santa, and they wanted one last memory with the man who had done it for 20 years. It was really humbling, but I'm not so special. For the most part, the kids were great, as usual. Sure, there were some kids that were a bit spoiled, for a lack of a better term. They asked for ridiculous things like drones, the newest iPhones, iPads. These kids were barely over 10. They shouldn't need these things, right? Or was I just getting older? So, Friday the 23rd was my last shift. The night before Christmas Eve. The mall was packed with last minute shoppers and family with the kids coming to see me. This last day was easily my toughest to date, as I knew after that day I would be moving on from playing Santa Claus. I know this seems strange, but after a while I started to believe I actually was Santa Claus. Crazy, right? What truly set me apart from the other mall Santas was the fact that I never took a break. I would be there from 10 in the morning until 7 in the evening. I never once took even a lunch break or any break. Santa never took breaks, and neither would I. That day went by faster than I could ever begin to imagine or explain, and at 7 o'clock, it was time to wrap it up. I was beginning to leave when I noticed a little girl slowly approaching me. I smiled. "Hello, young lady, where are your parents?" She didn't speak. She kept walking towards me with her arms held out as if she wanted to pick me up. I looked around for her parents, but I didn't see anyone that was looking for her. I picked her up and put her on my lap. "Now, what's your name, young lady?" "Lisa." "Lisa? My, what a beautiful name you have, Lisa. What's your last name?" "Wheeler." I took this information to relay a radio message to have the name Lisa Wheeler broadcast over the mall speaker system. That way her parents would come and find her. While this was happening, I kept her company. "What do you want for Christmas, Lisa?" She didn't answer though. She just looked off into the distance as if she was in some kind of trance or something. It was weird, but she then looked up at me with the cutest set of blue eyes. A friend. I was a little taken back by that answer. In my 20 years of being Santa, I never heard a kid say that they wanted a friend for Christmas. I patted her on the head. "I'll be your friend, Lisa. Santa Claus will always be your friend." She smiled at me and gave me a hug and hopped off my lap. I tried to make her stay put until security came, but she ran off. I weighed about 300 pounds at the time, that's with the red suit on, and no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't catch up to her. I saw Lisa turning a corner into a department store, and I did so at the same time. There was no sign of her. I started asking around if anybody had seen a little girl, about 4 feet tall, long blonde hair, blue eyes, pigtails, in a pink and white dress. No one saw her. Security came and asked where she went. I told them that she went off and ran into the department store, and they started becoming worried. "Did her parents show?" I asked them. "Not yet. Maybe she wandered off from home and came here." I was getting more and more upset and worried as time went on, but after a thorough search of the mall, there was no signs of Lisa Wheeler. She had disappeared. It was around 1 in the morning when they finally told me I should go home and get some sleep, but I couldn't sleep knowing that there was a defenseless little girl on her own, probably scared. I laid in my bed all night, staring at the ceiling. I kept thinking, how could I have let that little girl down? I should have been able to catch up with her and keep her safe. The next morning I got up, made myself some breakfast and went onto the computer to do a little research. I thought if I could find the parents I could let them know where she was last seen. If she had been found yet, I googled her name. Lisa Wheeler. Missing child. 9-year-old Lisa Wheeler was reported missing by her mother, Miranda Wheeler, February 6th at approximately 9 AM. She was last seen wearing a pink and white fleece dress, as well as her hair in pigtails. She is approximately 4 feet tall, 2 inches, weighing at 75 pounds, and has blonde hair and blue eyes. If you have any information regarding the whereabouts of Lisa Wheeler, please contact the County Department of Police. Nothing made sense. February 6th? I just saw her the night before on the 23rd. Perhaps it was a typo, but I did more research. And then the more easy I become. The next article sent shivers down my spine. Breaking news. The body of Lisa Wheeler has been found today, February 16th, in a frozen ravine a mile outside of her parents' home. Police are investigating the cause of death, which appears to be an act of foul play. Lisa Wheeler was gone. She died nearly a year before I met her. All she wanted was a friend. The following story happened to me when I was younger and used to work in a mental asylum. Now, just being in the asylum itself didn't really scare me. I know some of the patients go kind of loony sometimes. I mean, one time, they all tried to break into the kitchen. One of them had a knife. We just disarmed him and nothing ever come of it, but that's needless to say that it was still a really scary experience. But again, like I said, I wasn't really scared of the patients. I felt sorry for them, if anything, because it's really not their fault that they're there. I had an injury at work that meant that I had to work here. I didn't really like working at the place because just how creepy it was. It was this massive old building that had been there for at least 100 years, and it just gave me really weird vibes. And like I said, it wasn't the patients that ever scared me. I was working in the kitchen and I normally just had the job of clearing all the pans and pots. It was nothing too hard, it was just not very good pay for the amount of work we were actually doing, because we could actually be in there for hours at a time without being allowed a break. And it was always so hot and sweaty in there. That was as a direct result of the pure amount of food we were cooking for literally hundreds of people. Obviously that made a lot of steam, so at times it could just be unbearable in there. I didn't mind working there, but all I wanted to do was get back to my other job because it just paid so much more money. It was stupid really thinking of it now, but like I said, I couldn't do my normal work and I needed the money. So there were rumours about this place being haunted by something. Now the first that I ever heard about or well experienced was even a scary story in itself. At the time I had to go upstairs to speak to a lady, we'll just call her Mary to keep her private, but she was upstairs in an office and I needed to go and give her something that my boss had told me I needed to. As I was doing the cooking prior to this, I heard somebody running around and I was certain that somebody else had escaped, and there were medics rushing to try and contain them and not letting them do anything else stupid like grab a knife or whatever. So my boss gave me the orders and I went up. As I went up to Mary's office, I saw that all of her things were there, but she wasn't. She didn't have a coat, but her bag was there. That's odd. I started to think to myself that maybe one of the mental patients had attacked her, or maybe something much worse. I began sprinting around looking for Mary, but as hard as I tried, I couldn't find her. It was so weird. As I went back down, giving up on searching for her, I asked my boss if he had seen Mary and he said, "You're not going to believe this, come here." And he took me over to a phone with another worker. It was Mary's husband on the phone. He had called and said that I don't know what she's seen, but she's pretty sure it is a ghost, but I'm going to have to come down here now because she said she's never going to return to the building to go and get her stuff and collect her last payment. What? What? I looked at my boss and we both looked at each other as equally as confused. My boss did look a little concerned, however, and I know that he had worked there a lot longer than I had. I just went back to my work and never thought anything of it. Surely it wasn't a ghost, right? Well, about a week after that incident, I was talking to some of the other workers and we was discussing how that it seems like patients are escaping all the time because we can constantly hear feet and movement upstairs. Not in the store directly above us, but the one just on top of that. I know it sounds weird that we could hear all of the things going on from there, but we had a small shaft that we didn't use at the time but was originally used to pass food up and down from the floors, so we could kind of hear everything what was going on, and the floor above ours was mostly used for office rooms and storage, but we could constantly hear feet. It didn't make sense. We were both growing concerned because we realised that most of the times we heard this was when all of the patients were away in bed and there was nobody up there to be making any sound. Not only that, it seemed that every time that we went towards that floor you just got a really weird feeling like you didn't want to be there, So, with all of this putting my mind at ease, my friend went home and it was just me left in the kitchen washing up some dishes. My boss was still there, but he was further away. Now at night time a lot of the staff go away because the patients are a lot easier at night where they're not active and most of them are sleeping. And what also put my mind further into this panicky state was that other than that one incident, I have literally never heard of any of the patients breaking out or doing anything. So it was just really weird to hear all the steps. As I went to walk towards my boss because I started to feel a little uneasy, I asked him about all of the sounds upstairs and he come close to me and said, "Look, I'll just keep this between me and you, but we're pretty sure that this place is actually haunted. I know this sounds stupid, but you know the footsteps? I hear it too. I hear them." I was very concerned at this point because I usually expected the older adult workers to be a lot more brave than I was about these things, but seeing an adult with the same fear of you almost takes you back to your childhood when you didn't know what to do. It's a very primitive, scary feeling. I went back to doing the dishes and lo and behold, I got an order that I had to go up there to go and return a meal to one of the patients. Now, I could have easily walked outside, but it was freezing outside. It would have been about a 5-minute walk too through the courtyard and I really didn't want to do that. But that meant my only other option was to walk up the stairs, past a small platform, then up the really dodgy stairs that seem like they can't hold their own weight, let alone another person's, then walk through the notoriously strange and chilly little hallway to go back down more steps to go and give them this. Great, I thought to myself. I wasn't too worried though, because all I'd ever heard was the footsteps and I thought that Mary was just being paranoid. Needless to say, I was terrified to do this still. This only became apparent when it was time for me to actually go up there. It was okay though, I rationalised that. Obviously it was too cold to go outside, but if I sprinted up there then I would have no problem. I was young and athletic back then, so I could have just easily ran through it, then ran to where I needed, then ran back. I wouldn't have to think anything of it, right? So I hesitantly put on my coat and opened the door from the kitchen. As soon as I closed the door to that kitchen, it hit me. It was instantly silent, where that it almost isolated the kitchen closing that door and all of the heavy machinery sounds from the mass cooking that we were doing. I don't know, it's just very eerie. You'd have to experience it to know what it is, but for those of you who do, it's almost like you've stepped into another world. It's almost like the atmosphere was different. What was worse for me was that all of the lights were off. I didn't like this one bit, but I thought I was just overthinking it and being paranoid, right? So I continued up the first set of steps. I stopped and had a listen. There was no one else around. Oh, thank God, I thought to myself. I was almost worried that somebody had even broken into this place. So I went up the first set of steps and it hit me just how dark it was. Where they cut the power in there at night basically to all the lights, it makes it very dark. As I was going up though, I noticed that all of the hairs on the back of my neck instantly stood up. It was almost like there was some kind of energy there. I got up to the other platform and I just stopped. I turned to my right because I was sure that I'd seen a shadow or something down the hallway. Just as that happened, I heard what sounded like somebody sprinting through above me. "Oi, who are you?" I shouted, and I began following after them. I looked up and I could see someone with a long cloak on, sprinting up the steps. I sprinted as fast as I possibly could, now filled with more rage than anything. "You're not meant to be in here." I sprinted after them as fast as I could going up the steps. I had to stop for a second because I almost slipped. And for 1 second I hesitated to go any further because it was those dodgy steps I had finally been met with. There wasn't fear now, it was just anger. I had to stop myself again before following this guy up the steps that he'd so easily went up. I just went to the bottom of them about to follow him up, but I had to stop again because I was worried it couldn't handle my weight. No time to think, I thought to myself. I then sprinted up the steps after him, making far more noise than he ever did. And as I finally got to the top of the steps, it got even colder. I was now finally just about to be able to catch this guy. I was pretty sure it was a dead end if you didn't have the key you needed. Then I could just see the top of the hallway. One more step and I was up, and I was stopped in my tracks. There was nobody up here. The door was shut. There were no windows. And it was silent. I couldn't hear footsteps, and there was literally no way that the guy could have went. It was impossible for him to have made an escape, and there was no way he could have even gotten to the door in that time. The hallway was far too long, and there were no doors apart from the one at the other end of it. And that cold feeling only got more intense. There was no reason for it to be this cold. Then it hit me. The clothes he was wearing were far too old for the time that the story took place. Heck, it was almost like he was wearing 200-year-old clothes. Who wears a cloak nowadays? I almost fainted as it hit me that this was no normal person that I was chasing. I then turned back, and it was almost like the fear and adrenaline caught up with me once again. I sprinted down them steps, making all the sound in the world as I did. Started sprinting down the other steps, absolutely terrified, almost feeling like I wasn't in my body. I ran, and then I was finally met with the door that led into the kitchen. I opened the door, and my boss's face just dropped when he saw mine. He could see how pale I was, and he only said these words to me. "I'll give you your stuff, go and get your coat, and I'll go and grab your last paycheck. Thank you for your time." When I was younger, I lived and grew up in a very small house that was very secluded. I literally mean that we didn't have neighbours for miles and miles, and if you could call them neighbours, that is. We also lived miles and miles away from any emergency services. That means that if we ever got into any real trouble, then we were really in trouble because it takes so long for whoever to arrive. And that also made family visits very hard. Where we lived, we regularly experienced storms, and sometimes it would flood the land around us, but not too bad. It was always accessible though, because there was one big main road. Our house wasn't in a field, but there was lots of overgrown grass around us. It was literally impossible for us to maintain because there was just so much of it in the land around us. The lightning and thunderstorms that we regularly had would never concern me. Me and my brothers found it very cool, and we loved looking out the window to see the lightning. The only problem was sometimes the lightning got very close to us, and where we were the only thing for miles apart from trees, it meant that lightning could sometimes strike close to us. I remember the closest that it ever got to us at this point was a few miles away, and it started a small fire. But because it was so far away from everyone, it took a while for them to put the fire out. If it was during the summer, it probably would have engulfed our house eventually. It was a pretty scary thought now, but when I was a kid, all I cared about was the lightning. So we were having a storm one night, and my parents were out. They had went out to eat dinner, and they trusted us to be left alone. It probably wasn't the best idea, but we were so far away from everyone that we didn't see a problem with this. As my parents left, they said that I was in charge, me being the eldest, so I didn't mind. What we did was just watch movies for most of that night. We actually decided to watch horror movies because with the lightning and thunder, it seemed like it just made it a lot more engulfing. It was almost like we were actually there. I loved that, but my younger brothers found this scarier. After a while, we decided to order pizza because my parents were out and they left us with some dollars so we could get it. The thing that we found so funny about all of this was that we know there was no chance of them getting to our house in the time they said, so that would mean that normally always we would get a free pizza. Well, our parents wouldn't let that happen if they were around, but when it was just us, we didn't mind doing so. This also left us with spare cash that we could go and spend. It's not like we lived close enough to spend it though, but on the odd occasions we got out, we loved spending it. The storm was only getting worse, and to be honest, I got a little scared at one point. During one of the lightning strikes, it seemed like the power had went out for a second. Just as I got up to go and see what was wrong, it come on again. As the power did go out, it became almost pitch black. I know our eyes didn't have enough time to adjust, but it was still creepy. My brother screamed as this happened, but I told them just to calm down because there actually wasn't anything wrong. I was a little put off though, because I was honestly thinking that the lightning was going to hit us because it sounded so close and loud. There was no time between the rolling of thunder and the lightning strikes. We all counted and grew more concerned as the lightning was getting closer and closer to us. Anyway, after the thunder and lightning seemed to almost pass but was still in the distance, we'd gone back to watching our films. We were all really enjoying this when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Pizza's here, I thought, and I got up, but just before I did, I decided to peer out the window. Both my brothers went hiding. I thought that was weird, but one of them told me that there's a man there and he hasn't got pizza. I was very concerned by this, but I really wanted pizza and I thought maybe they just couldn't see it. So I cracked the door open on the chain that it was on so nobody else could get in or out. What do you want? Have you got the pizza? Listen, you've got to help me out. The lightning struck my house and it's just about to set on fire. Fire? Go and call the police. I don't want to help you, sorry. And I closed the door. And just as I went to sit down, I saw the weird man walk back onto the path and beginning to set off. He took a really weird direction though, because it was towards the wooded area, and that would have meant that he would have been walking for miles and miles, but I was more annoyed that he wasn't the pizza guy than anything, so I decided that it would be good just to go and sit back down, but also called the pizza place to make sure they were still coming. So that's just what I did, and they were. The lightning and thunder seemed to be getting even closer than it was before now, almost like it was coming closer to us. As I looked outside, I could see that it began flooding a tiny bit. I was getting worried that my parents wouldn't make it back, but I felt so responsible being the only elder one in the house that I wasn't even worried. I just thought they'd be back in no time. I didn't really want them coming back because I knew that way I was going to have to share the pizza with them, and that's something I really didn't want to do. As we were watching the films, we heard a weird sound outside. Now we weren't quite sure what it was. It almost sounded like somebody calling. I was a little paranoid at this point, so I went up to the top part of the stairs and looked out a window. I couldn't see anyone, but then I heard the sound again. It almost sounded like somebody calling for help. I opened up the window to try and get a listen of what was actually going on, and I waited for a while and I couldn't see anything and I couldn't hear anything either. I just thought it was the sounds of the thunder. Just as I went to go back, there was really loud thunder and it actually made me jump. Now at this point I was really unsettled and I grabbed my blanket and went back with my brothers. As we were watching the TV, we realised how dark it was getting outside. It was apparent now how close we were to the storm. Just as we were watching, we saw a big bright flash outside and suddenly all the power went out. My brothers again screamed and I was more annoyed that we weren't able to watch the rest of the films. So I got up and went to look outside. I did see a lightning flash, but it wasn't close to us. I looked around and I was worried that there was going to be a fire or something. But after looking, I literally didn't find anything. I just thought that was really odd. I went back up to the window to see if I could locate where the lightning had struck. It was very dark outside, but at this point my night eyes had set in. Just as I was doing that, I heard a knocking on the door. I thought that it was a pizza guy, and just as I started going down the steps, I could see through a small opening that it was that same guy from earlier. I told both my brothers to stay as quiet and low as they could and act like we weren't in. Then the knocking continued and I heard somebody shout out that, "I know you're in here, open up. It's not like you can run anywhere." I had no idea if it was still that guy 100%, but I was almost certain it was at this point, and I knew that there was no chance that I was going to open that door. I whispered to my brothers and made them both come up with me. They both crept up the steps and he seemed to punch or kick the door and said something that I couldn't quite hear. So I was up there with my brothers waiting and we couldn't figure out why the power had actually went out. Then we heard a sound on the back door. Somebody was trying to get in. I had gone back down the steps and looked round the corner again. I was actually shaking now, and I could see the guy trying to force his way in through the door. Luckily for me, my mum had locked it before she had went out. I went to go and phone my parents and call the police, but the phone was dead. All the power was out in the house. It was just us and him now, with my parents potentially miles and miles away from me, as well as any other help. I started to think to myself that I might not even make it out of this situation, but I had my brothers depending on me. As we were waiting there, we heard more and more shouting. As I looked through, I could see that the guy had some kind of weapon on him. I didn't think it was a gun, but it looked like an axe or something. Oh no, he's going to try and open the door with it. I told my brothers to go and hide under my mum's bed, and I went through into the attic. As I was up there, I closed the hatch behind me. Where I told my brothers to hide, there was no way the man could have seen. But I wasn't small enough to fit in there. I thought at least if I'm up there, if he does come for me or my brothers, I can intercept him, or I can just climb out onto the roof and divert him away from my little brothers. I then heard him once again screaming at this point. He sounded like a maniac. Then, he suddenly went silent. And I heard another lightning strike. I was really scared at this point. Just as that happened, I heard a car beginning to pull up. Oh, thank God, that's my mum and dad. I quickly jumped down to where a window was and looked out of it. It wasn't my mum or dad, it was a pizza guy about to give us pizza. I began banging on the glass as frantically as I could to try and warn him, but he couldn't hear me. What about the guy? He's gonna get killed. I sprinted down and started shouting through the window to him not to come in. I told him to be careful, but he still couldn't hear me. I opened up the door and told him what happened, and he looked more confused than anything. I opened the door and told him to come in and slammed it behind him. My little brothers was now crying up above me, but after explaining everything to him, he looked really concerned and went and grabbed a knife from our kitchen. He then said that it was too dangerous for us to go outside and we'd just have to wait for my parents to return and get help that way. He decided to do a quick search around the house though, looking through the windows, making sure that he definitely wasn't here, and he wasn't. He kept on looking towards the back though, almost like he'd seen something, but every time I asked him, he said that he had no sight of him. We waited for what felt like an eternity and my parents finally showed up. He ran out and put the knife to the side and explained everything that happened. My parents looked very scared and my mum instantly got in her car and went to drive to the police station. My dad got another knife and they both went out looking for him. As they were doing this, I stepped outside too, and as I did, I could see that there were no lightning strikes, but almost even more scary was the fact that the power cable to our house had been cut. After a long search, they both come back with nothing, and my mum eventually returned with the police. The police then launched an investigation and search to try and find him, but they never found a sign of him. And that was also the last time that I ever saw that weird man. I don't know what would have happened if the pizza guy didn't show up and scare him off. I'm just thankful so much that he did so and acted the way he did, and he probably saved our lives. The following is a night shift that I'm never gonna forget. It still gives me nightmares to this day. I used to work security at a place where we would go to abandoned buildings and just try and protect them at night. We never usually had to do anything because just our presence alone would scare off people from going, but we were mostly there to protect the buildings from vandalism from people before they were going to get restored or converted. I didn't mind working this job because it did pay quite well, and at the time a lot of my other friends didn't get anywhere near the same money as me, and even though you're up there on your own a lot of the time, it was still kind of fun. I would usually just patrol the areas or buildings. Now I had another friend who done this with me, Mike. We actually met through the job. Now Mike was a lot more paranoid than I was, but I could sometimes be overly confident, but this one experience changed that forever. We were working the night shift in a large abandoned hotel. It wasn't too old, it had been modernised. Well, the building itself was rather old, but some of the equipment in it was kind of new, like it had a functioning elevator and other stuff. It was a very large complex, and that meant that most of the time we'd be just patrolling it on our own with our radios. The biggest problem that this created was that as we got further and further apart from each other, our radios would fail. Not only that, the walls were so thick that we would never be able to hear each other. And the basement, oh god, don't even get me started on that. Even though I was confident, it gives me chills every time that I think about going down there. I had to go down there quite a fair bit when I was working on this site, to be honest. I'd have to say the worst thing about this hotel was that there were a fair few broken windows, meaning that it could get very cold. Now this story took place during the winter time too, so it was absolutely freezing. In fact, even though the basement was cold, sometimes it could be quite nice just to go down there because it would even be slightly hotter than above ground, if that makes any sense. I don't know, the whole thing was weird. But anyway, we started off this night shift like normal. We both patrolled together on the bottom of the site and then walked around the area. It was good just talking to each other, and obviously we felt a lot more safe with the two of us being there. We did have a car, but we weren't really allowed to use it, so we didn't. Plus we didn't want to risk running out of fuel or anything. After surveying around the area, Mike started telling me some stories that he had heard about this place, saying that it was haunted and you can hear voices. I just looked back at him and said that, you know none of them are true, right? He looked back at me and said that, yeah, but do you actually know what this place is like? Do you know how many people have died here? Died here? This is a hotel, man. Nobody's died here. Stop it, you're making me feel scared and paranoid. He nodded his head at me and we just continued on our search. We didn't find anything, so eventually it was time for us to part ways, because I would have to patrol one half of the site while he patrolled the other. We were still within radio range for most of the time, but as we got further and further apart, our radios wouldn't work. We continued talking as we split up, just to see how far our range was, so we both get an idea of even how far away the other guy was by how much static would appear. And we continued doing so, and eventually, like we knew, they cut out. As I was walking into the first building, I got chills like I've never had before. I was almost certain that this was because I have never been away from Mike in such a scary location, but I started to wonder if it was something else, and becoming paranoid, all them ghost stories started to play on my mind that Mike had told me. I stopped it and just started to think positively, and my mind eventually calmed. As I was walking on the first floor, I did hear some noises above me. They almost sounded like footsteps, but I couldn't be sure because I couldn't really hear properly. As I was walking through, I found a seat and decided just to stop for a minute because when you work like we do, your legs can get really tired. So I sat there and tried mic on the walkie-talkie, but I didn't get anything. Just as I was sitting there, I realised that it would be very hard to get back to Mike if I needed backup. I was very worried about homeless people sneaking in at night time because that's when they would usually appear, so even if we hadn't seen them on the patrol earlier, there was still a very good chance that they could have snuck in. I started to get paranoid about the footsteps I'd heard earlier, but I decided just to sit still to see if I could hear them again. I did so for about 10 minutes and I heard nothing. So I got up and started walking towards the steps that led to the next floor. Now, as I got to the next floor, there was a cold breeze again that hit me. This time I could see what it was. It was a broken window, but it was still unsettling to me. As I began walking, my radio started going off. All I could hear was this strange static sound. It was a very odd sound. It didn't sound like anything I'd heard before, and I was almost certain that I heard a voice during this, but I just turned off my walkie-talkie because it was just scaring me, and I knew that the chances of Mike being on my side of the site were very unlikely. There was also the elevator shaft that was causing a breeze that I didn't like. With the faulty electronics, sometimes it would go off on its own, but I had never had that happen on me, but Mike said it had happened to him once and it terrified him. He literally ran out of the place because he said there was no reason for it to go off on its own. It was almost like somebody had pressed a button. I just told him that it was a faulty electronics, but looking back at it, even I started to wonder. So I continued walking and flipped my radio back on again. The static picked up again and I heard somebody say my name. I knew that it was Mike now, but I only heard my name being called. I turned off the walkie-talkie again because the noises are very unsettling it makes when it's just out of range, and it's creepy just hearing an odd word. Again, there was nothing on this floor. I just stood there, waited a while, didn't hear anything, so I began walking further this time. I made it to some steps that led to the top part. Just as I went through the door to them and closed it, I swear I heard a footstep sound again. I tested my radio to try and talk to Mike, saying that I've possibly got an interception, but there was nothing. If I heard him earlier, then he had went further away, so out of range of me. The walls were very thick in this place too, so you couldn't always hear each other well, or they wouldn't go through at all. I started walking up the steps and I heard a phone ring. I stopped for a second, but just thought to myself, how could a phone be ringing? It's no one, it's just faulty electronics, right? So I walked up the stairs cautiously with my torch in hand and opened the door, and the ringing kept on going. Then, almost on cue as I got up there, the elevator doors opened. This really creeped me out. I'd heard stories about this happening before in this place, but to see it yourself, now that's really scary. I stood there with my flashlight trying to make sure that nobody else was around me and the telephone stopped ringing. I went to go a bit closer to it because I located it in a small room, but just as I did, it sounded again. It was almost like somebody was trying to call me. At this point I was certain that Mike was doing it to annoy me. I heard the static on the radio again and a voice, but I couldn't quite make out what it was. So I went up and decided to answer the phone. I picked up the phone with my hand shaking and said, "Mike, this really isn't the time." "Mike?" I then heard a voice say that it's too late for you now. Then the phone was put down. I dropped the phone myself too and heard Mike talking on the walkie-talkie saying that he was almost certain that people were in there. I was literally petrified and I heard the elevator make another sound. I eventually got enough courage to begin walking and I went straight through to the fire exit. At first I was in so much shock that I literally couldn't do anything other than walk, but Then, suddenly my adrenaline kicked in and I began sprinting down them. I started sprinting to where Mike was and I heard him on the radio again saying about people being there. I didn't know exactly what he said, but I didn't have a chance to reply because I saw him running straight towards me. I then went to speak, but I couldn't get words out and he said, "It's okay, I know." And we sprinted towards the truck and got out of there. I finally managed to speak to Mike, but I was struggling to get a sentence out of me. He told me that he had seen about 5 people all going onto my building and that he tried desperately to radio in to me about what was happening, but he didn't get a chance to. It's needless to say that we called the cops after that. They did a search, but I quit the job that day and I never heard what actually come of it. So back in 2014, I was in a rush to move to another apartment, and there were not many available for the time frame I wanted it, at least not any good apartments and definitely not in good areas. I finally found a nice decent apartment with 3 rooms and moved in for the time being. At least I had a place to live in while I could search for a better one. The suite was newly renovated, so I was supposed to get new appliances as well. There had been a mistake with the fridge and the landlord told me that they would replace it. They also said they were going to do this ASAP because I was going to be moving in within 2 weeks. About a month later I get a knock on the door. I went to look out at the peephole and saw a man standing there with a piece of paper in his hand and another man behind him. "Fridge," the man said from behind the door. I opened the door and saw the 2 men. The first man was the delivery guy. Behind him stood a man who didn't really care about his appearance and honestly looked like he had just crawled out of a dumpster. I thought he was just a helper. I left the man and let him walk inside and place the fridge in the kitchen. The greasy man followed him inside and introduced himself to me. "I am the new landlord," he said with a smile. "Really, where did the old one go?" I said. I was a bit startled as he looked like a frickin' homeless guy. "Who the hell hired him?" "Oh, she doesn't work here anymore," he said. Well, no shit, I thought. The delivery guy then said bye and left, but the landlord didn't. "Where are your parents?" he said to me. I told him that I lived alone. This was a big mistake. "No way, you look like you're about 15 years old," he said to me with a big smile on his face. "Yeah, I get that a lot." "Why do you need a place this big for?" he asked me. I just told him that I'd temporarily moved here. He walked over into the kitchen to start opening and closing the fridge door. "Just checking if everything is good," he said. I just nodded and leaned against the wall and watched him. He then just stood there, looking at the fridge and then back at me. He doesn't leave. What's wrong with him? I thought to myself. Then he said, "You're really cute. Look at you just standing there. You're so cute." I let out a laugh and thanked him. No red flags yet. He then said, "I live on the first floor, so if you ever want to just hang out." I didn't know how to answer him. I don't... Before I could say another word, he interrupted me. "I have no friends and I don't really talk to my family. I'm super lonely." Okay, now red flags were going off. I said to him, why didn't he talk to his family? He brushed it off as he then changed the topic quickly. Then he started walking to the door and repeated himself once again. "Don't forget, first floor. Don't be a stranger." I followed him to the door and let him out, and then I locked it. I felt a bit uncomfortable but soon forgot about it. About 3 days later I get a phone call from a place that I had applied to. I had landed a part-time job at Best Buy. This was my second job since I already had a job at an insurance company. I was very excited to work there. I was hired in the tech department and I love computers. Before I go on, I worked Monday to Friday 9 to 5 at the insurance place, then 3 days a week at Best Buy. Mostly working in the evenings, but it varied on weekends. So on the first day, I headed out of my apartment, took the elevator down and was about to exit the front door when I heard that same voice again. "Hey." It was the landlord. "Hey, what's up?" I replied. "Not much. Where you going?" he said back to me. I ignored his question and just told him that I needed to go, and then walked out of the door. I didn't need to drive to work because Best Buy was only walking distance away. Literally 3 minutes into my walk, I noticed a grey car driving very slowly next to me. I glanced over and guess who it was? The landlord. He rolled down the passenger side window. "Where you going?" I told him that I was on my way to work and that I was going to be late if I continued chatting. I said bye and continued walking even faster. "Wait, let me take you. Where do you work?" "No, it's alright. It's not that far away. I just work at Best Buy. I'll walk." I know, this was another dumb mistake. I shouldn't have told him where I worked. "Come on, let me take you." I thought to myself, he's going in the same direction, and I hesitated for a bit but then accepted his offer. I know, getting into his car was very dumb of me. It was a very short ride, but he did not fail to make me feel uncomfortable. When I finally got to my work parking lot, I thanked him and reached for the door to open it, but it didn't open. "Hey, your door's locked." Oh yeah, I have a habit to lock doors. "Before I let you go, can you give me your number please?" I lied and told him that my phone wasn't working and I was just using it as an iPod. My phone wasn't on vibrate and I was hoping to God that I didn't get a text or something. "Okay then, let me give you my number." He grabbed a piece of paper and wrote it down. "Give me a call, okay?" "Yeah, sure," I replied. "When are you going to call me then?" he replied. "I don't know, I'll call you when I get a chance, okay?" I said. "Wait, what time are you done? I'll pick you up." "I don't know, it's my first day. I don't know how long that I'm going to be there for." I was hoping that he would fall for my lie. He unlocked the doors and I stepped out of the car and I thanked him again and walked towards the store. Before leaving, he once again shouted, "Don't forget to call me," and then drove past. Jesus. What a creep that guy is. I threw the little piece of paper with his number on it out and forgot about the whole situation. The next day I was a little scared to take the elevator since he always happened to be everywhere I was going. So I decided to take the stairs. It led to the back door and I was sure I wouldn't see him. I did this about 4 days in a row and never saw him again. Great, this works, I thought. On the 4th night, I was sitting in my living room, watching videos on my laptop. It was around 10:30 and I was kind of dozing off when I heard a knock on the door. I wasn't expecting anyone. Who could it be? I sat down and didn't move, hoping that they'd just go away. Then there was another knock. I tiptoed to the door and looked through the peephole. And it was the landlord once again. "Hey, you there? Open up." Confused and tired, I opened the door. The conversation went as followed. "Hey, what's up? Where the hell have you been?" "What do you mean?" "I don't see you leave for work anymore. Did you quit or something?" "No, I still go to work. I just have this weird schedule." "You never called me. I was waiting for your call. You never called me, you promised." "Sorry, I never got the chance to. I work 2 jobs, so I'm pretty busy." "I came to your work and asked for you. They told me that no one by the name of what you gave me worked there. Did you lie to me? Did you lie to me about your name?" I was caught off guard. I didn't know what to tell him. I had indeed lied to him about my name, but that wasn't what freaked me out. Why the hell had he gone over to my work? You went to my work? Why? I asked him nervously. Because I didn't see you around. I wanted to know where you were, he said irritatedly. I didn't respond. He then just stared at me, hoping that I was going to invite him in or something. I am really tired. I need to work tomorrow. I'll see you around. Look, I need to talk to you. Can we talk? Honestly, I am really tired right now. Can this wait? Whatever, I'm fine, he said while walking away, still muttering under his breath. I shut the door and stayed up for a bit, afraid that he would come back. Luckily, he did not return and I could finally go to sleep. Another day of slavery was awaiting me the next day, so the next day came. I got ready for work again and decided to take the elevator. The elevator door was open, and guess who was in there? Yep. He asked me if I needed a ride and I said no, and he made sure that I definitely didn't, and I said no again. I then got out of the elevator and went to work. This went on for months. By this time, I had already mentioned him to my manager and all my co-workers. They had told me that if I didn't show up to work someday, they were going to call the police for me. Sometimes he'd see me out of the main door and he would drop everything he was doing to come straight after me, asking if I wanted a ride. Other times he would ask if we could hang out, if he could take me on a date. Knocking on my door at the middle of night was a pretty common occurrence at this point. One time he was in the middle of a conversation with another tenant. The tenant was complaining about something that had broken his suite and that he needed him to fix it. The landlord told the tenant that he should go to his apartment and he should get all of his tools and follow quickly after. The tenant left, but he never went to get his tools. Instead, he followed me outside and offered me a ride once again. I told him no, and that he needed to do his job and help the tenant. He said he didn't care whatsoever about that tenant, and that he just wanted to be around me. This creeped me out, of course. I would also see him at work sometimes. My manager had given me permission to go to the back room and just get out of sight whenever he come in looking for me, which he had now done several times while I was at work. I caught him walking in once, scanning literally the entire store just to see if he could spot me. He didn't, so he just left. He also mentioned to me that he wanted to kidnap me, and told me that he just wanted to take me away and keep me to himself. I just remembered that when he said it, it looked like he wasn't hesitating, as if he was going to actually act out on it right away. I found this a little bit alarming, but I was too scared. I didn't know why. I guess I didn't realise how much of a danger I was in at the time, but it was odd. But I did play it cool. Now you might ask why I hadn't called the police at this point. Well, the police wouldn't have done anything since he had not caused any physical harm, so there would be no point in calling them. Also, I had no proof of these things happening or the things he said to me. Other than him showing up to my work a few times, he would come to my work often to look for me. If he didn't see me, he would just leave for work or whatever he did. Or if he hadn't seen me in a couple of days, he would bang on my door in the middle of the night to ask me to open the door. I of course would always ignore it. He had no way of reaching me anymore, because it was now clear to him that I was avoiding him. A couple of weeks passed and I awoken by the sound of a fire alarm going off. That's right, there was supposed to be another fire drill today. It was my day off. I quickly went to see if I still had the note, to see what time they were gonna enter the apartments. Maybe I still had some time to get ready and leave the apartment, since my landlord usually comes in with this guy to check the alarms. I couldn't find the note though. I got ready as fast as I could, and when I was about halfway done, I I got this knock on my door. Oh, who is this? I thought. I opened the door, and there was a guy for the alarm and the landlord. They both walked in. The landlord didn't say a word to me. The guy checked the alarm and then said it was good. They both left. I felt relieved. That went well, right? Wrong. Not even a minute passed and I heard another guy knock at the door. Hey, it's me. Can you open up for a sec? I ignored it. The knocks then become even louder. Hey man, I know you're in there. Stop playing with me. I need to tell you something. Come on, open up. This continued for about 2 minutes. When it was finally silent again, I had enough of this guy. I had to do something about this. That night, I was supposed to go to my friend's house to hang out with her, and also to return her laptop. She had given me it to reinstall Windows. I got ready and left my apartment around 11 PM. It was really nice out and I walked over to her house. It was a long walk, but I really loved walking. I took the elevator down, and when the elevator opened, I saw him once again standing by the door. He hadn't really seen me yet, so I acted fast. Either get back into the elevator or sprint for the front door. In a split second, I went for the front doors, but sadly he noticed me. I heard heavy footsteps running behind. Before I go on with my story, I want to say that when you leave the front doors, you see a big parking lot. In order to leave the apartment complex, you need to walk around the building. So basically the front doors were pretty much the back of the building, and the back doors are the front. I know it's weird. Anyhow, when I got outside, I ran halfway around the building and looked behind me. There was no one there. I stopped running and started walking again, but something inside me told me to keep running. Little did I know, the reason why the footsteps behind me had stopped was because he had gone to the back doors to try and catch me there. When I got to the other side of the building, I saw that he made it halfway around the back side of the building. I started running again and he started running after me. He chased me for around 2 more blocks. We both would occasionally stop to catch our breaths. It was close to the main road when I stopped running. My lungs were burning. I couldn't run anymore. Whatever happens next, I had to fight. He caught on. Out of breath, he said to me, "Stop, man, stop, you're killing me. Stop doing this to me." I looked in shock. I didn't say a word, still trying to catch my breath. "Why are you doing this to me, man?" he said, letting out a small cry. For the first time, I saw a look of sadness mixed with anger. "Stop following me. What do you want?" "Please, don't go. Please come with me. Let's talk." "Talk about what?" He was still trying to catch his breath. I didn't care anymore. I was shaken and tired and just wanted to see my friend. I didn't even make out what he said because of adrenaline. I started walking again, turning around every 2 seconds to make sure he wasn't following me. He wasn't. He just watched me walk away. And that was the last I ever saw of him. At the time of this event, I could never have fully understood the consequences of what just might have happened. When I was about 8 or so, I was playing hide and seek with some of my friends. This is something that we often did in the kind of backwoods area behind the back of our houses. All of our houses interconnected, so we never had any problem playing out with each other because we were literally on each other's doorsteps. There was something a little off about this day. I don't know quite what it was. Maybe it was that our parents were out for the day. I'm not sure, but there was just something strange. Maybe it was just because it was approaching Halloween and it just had that creepy vibe to it. Maybe it was a mist, I don't know. But anyway, I didn't know. We were kids having fun. Like I said, most of our parents were out at work and all we could see out the window was the fog. But that wasn't going to stop us having our fun. We all went out to play hide and seek like we normally do. When we stepped out, we were all amazed at how dense the fog was. We absolutely loved it. We thought it was absolutely hilarious, the fact that we couldn't even see each other. when we were standing no more than 20 feet away. We thought it was the funniest thing in the world, and that just made playing hide and seek all the more fun. Plus, what other games could we play? This was brilliant, so we're about to set off to play. Well, who's gonna hide and who's gonna seek then? Just as we were discussing that, I ran off into the woods like I normally did, so that way I could avoid having to seek. All of us flit off in opposite directions. I'd only went a few feet in and then I looked behind. It was strange, I couldn't see anyone, but I couldn't hear the others. Maybe the fog was stopping my voice from carrying, I thought. But still, I thought this was like paradise. It looked so cool and there was no way they were gonna find me. I started walking into the forest slightly, into the more dense areas. I knew that it probably wasn't a good idea to go far. Heck, even my 8-year-old self knew that. So I went a little way. I saw the car that I would normally hide behind that had been there for some time and was pretty rusted. But I decided, because the fog was there, and they knew that's where I always hided, I was pretty sure I could get a far better place, and I went deeper into the woods. Now at this point, I was probably deep enough in the woods for them not to find me. I kept looking around and I just couldn't see anything good enough. Yeah, I could hide under some leaves, but they were all soggy and it's kind of disgusting what with all the insects and bugs and all. I was somewhat annoyed and kept on going further and further. I was still cautious though, and I knew my rough way back. What I couldn't believe was just how dense the fog was. It made it look like the trees would go on forever. Again, I was almost in awe at just how amazing this was. I was somewhat disappointed though, because I couldn't see anywhere good to hide. It wouldn't be long before they would find me. Quick, I've got to find somewhere, I thought to myself. As I went further, I saw a really big tree. I thought this would be a good place to hide behind, but surely they're going to notice it. I decided to walk on further. Just as I did, I heard a screeching sound. What the hell is that? I had no idea what it was at first. The fog was somewhat distorting the sound. It got louder and louder until I realised it was only some sirens. I then turned back, and as I did, from looking from where the sirens were coming from, I noticed that the big tree had a cutout in the bottom. It kind of split away, if you know what I mean. Perfect, they'll never see me in that. All it needs is a door and they'd never find me. I thought this was brilliant. I went into my hiding spot. I couldn't stop smiling to myself. There's no way they're ever gonna find me. This is perfect. I just sat there enjoying the whole thing and looking forward to doing trick-or-treating as Halloween was coming up in a few days. I couldn't see anything. I decided I was gonna go a little bit out of where I was hiding. As I did, I just looked at all the leaves and I thought I could hear something. What was that? Sounds like a small animal. I could hear the slight rustling of the leaves. I thought it was just an animal, so I decided to go back quickly just in case it was someone else. Now I'd sat there for around half an hour. All I could hear was that rabbit or whatever it was lingering around. It really started to annoy me. Ah, God, I bet that's one of them. I should get moving. I slowly peered round and I can see it, it's one of them. I saw a large shadow just coming through whatever light there was through the fog. It was kind of in my direction. Oh no, I said to myself. I spoke too loud. The shadow began walking towards me. I quickly hid back and didn't make a sound. The sound was getting closer and closer. I just couldn't believe that they hadn't found me yet, considering how long they were lingering around. But then I heard really heavy breathing. It was strange because it's not the way any of my friends would breathe, and why would they not be making any sounds? Normally, we would be laughing or joking about being able to find the other person. We always did that. But we would breathe happily and cheerfully, if that makes sense, like you were playing sports or something. But this just sounded different. It sounded too deep. Quiet, they're getting close, I thought to myself. And I sat there for even longer. Doing so, I started to feel adrenaline, or I didn't know it at the time, but my heart was beating faster and faster. I could hear it in my ears. and then there was just silence. "I know you're in here, you gotta come out sooner or later." What was that? I thought to myself. That's not my friend, that's a man. I didn't know what to do, I just sat there froze in terror. I heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. Oh my god, I could see a foot. This must have been a giant of a man. I was only small at the time, but this guy must have been at least 6'3". They were dressed in all black. That didn't make sense. Why wouldn't they wear normal clothes? I know it was kind of cold outside, but why would you wear all black in fog? That would have been so dangerous for crossing roads and crossing streets at night. I was terrified at this point. I didn't know what to think. I tried my best not to let out a scream. Then they spoke again. "I know you're in there, there's nowhere to run." I felt my heart drop. I didn't know what to do at this point. I just sat there terrified. They were so close now. Their feet were literally right outside the entrance to the tree. I had no idea what to do. "Please don't look down, please." And then, just as I thought I was about to get noticed, he walked off. He only made it 4 steps away. The only thing I was thinking is he must have been so tall that he couldn't have even seen the opening in the tree. I took my chance and ran the hell out of there. "There you are," I heard, as well as footsteps behind me. I let out a scream and sprinted as quick as I could, trying to get back. Oh no, I have no idea where I'm going. How do I get back now? I was sprinting. My breathing was becoming heavier and heavier. He was making all kinds of weird breathing sounds. He sounded so unfit. Nothing would stop me sprinting back home though. I knew roughly where I was going, but I still felt so lost at the same time. It must have been the panic. I was running as hard as I could. Yes, there's a car. I finally saw it, the car. I know where I am now. I kept on going and going. Then the man's footsteps finally fell faint behind me as they become quieter and quieter. I was sprinting. What's that? Oh, it's my fence. Thank God. I ran inside and locked all the doors. I had no idea where my friends were though. I didn't know what to do. I just panicked. I just sat there. I didn't really know how to use a phone back then, so all I could do is just sit there and lock the doors and hide under the table. And then I heard it, a knock on the door. "No, please." What's going on? Is everything alright in there? I didn't know what to do. Then I heard the front door open. My heart dropped again. But then, I heard the sound of my mum's voice. "Where are you? We've been looking all over for you. Have you heard what's happened?" "That we can't explain. Are you okay? Is everything alright?" "Yeah." And I started to explain what had happened. And as I did, I saw my parents' face go really strange. It looked like they'd just seen a ghost or something. My mum just looked at my dad, then my dad nodded his head and gone on to the phone. I didn't know who he was talking to, but he was on the phone for an awful long time. My mum come and sat down with me and said, "Something very bad's happened and all your friends are okay. Don't worry about it. Just as long as you're okay, just please promise that you'll never go out on your own again." I was so shaken I didn't know what to think. It was as I got older that my parents finally revealed what had happened to me. It turned out there was a child predator on the loose who is in my exact town. In fact, was in my exact street. The police had been hunting him for a few days. He used the fog as a perfect cover to try and stalk his victims. All I do today is just thank God that nothing ever happened to me, and that my 8-year-old self was able to escape him. When I was younger, hide and seek was a game that I often played with my friends. We did lots of other games, but back when I was younger, I know, a long time ago, there really wasn't that many things for us to do, so we kind of had to make up our own fun. We couldn't just go on computers or use technology like kids nowadays do. So we really were more creative, I guess, but that doesn't mean what we were doing was any less dangerous. So I had lots of close calls and dangerous tales, but this has to be the most close and scary one by a long shot. Around where we live, there was lots of fields that led onto a forested area. There was lots and lots of shrubs and trees here, just loads of greenery. It was kind of hard to navigate and it was quite a walk to get there, and nobody was ever there when we used to go. Plus we didn't take the normal route people would to get there, so it was perfect for us, but even the walk was dangerous. Any one of us could have really easily slipped and twisted one of our ankles, or even worse. But regardless, we still loved to play there. This isn't the main story, but something that happened there which was really scary to us anyway. It had just gotten dark and we were all supposed to go back home, but none of us wanted to really, because our parents wouldn't normally let us out at night. That doesn't mean we wouldn't sneak out of windows and stuff, but it wasn't worth getting caught. So we were heading back after a day of fun, but we decided that we were going to go back to play just one more time. It was such a rush and thrill to actually be out on our own at night. We walked quite a long way from the foresty area that we usually went to play and where we'd been previously. We could see all the stars too. This was amazing. We loved it. Me and my friends were walking there and we were going to go and finish our game of tag even though it was dark. We loved the idea of playing tag in the dark. So we went back to where we usually did, not taking the main way, just getting in like we normally would. As we got there, we loved it. I was the first one being chased. I ran off and they could hardly see me where it was dark, but that didn't mean they didn't know where I was. We were all guided by the sounds of each other's laughter. It was amazing. As I was running, I heard the sound of a car. Shh, everyone get down! The adrenaline filled our bodies. We all laid low trying to get away from whoever or whatever it was up. I know I say it's a car now, but you've got to remember, at the time I really didn't know what it was. We heard a man shouting, saying, "Get the hell out of here, what are you doing?" Even though we were all meant to lay low and not make any sound. The thought of a big man shouting at us, telling us to go away, made us terrified. We all sprinted away as quick as we possibly could, our hearts pounding. Is he following us? What do we do? Please never come back here again, it's too dangerous, you have no idea what you're doing. We didn't have time to hear the rest of what he was saying as we were sprinting the hell out of there, running as quick as we possibly could to get back. We didn't know exactly what he wanted, but we just knew that none of us wanted to find out. We all sprinted home. Our parents came to greet us just outside of our houses. "Why were you out so late?" Just got lost. Lost track of time, you know. And that's all any of us said. We knew it wasn't worth our parents knowing what actually went on. They would never let us out again if we did. So that was one of the first scary experiences I had there. Again, like I said, not the main experience, just a very scary one. My other story took place around November time. All of us were off school and we all just wanted to have fun. So once again, we went over to the big forested area. As we were approaching, we could hear some birds. That's weird. We never really hear them on the approach where the ground kind of flattens out. Then we saw what looked like a body of water. As we got closer, we realised that there was a really small circle lake. That's amazing. Well, it was probably more like a large pond, but we'd never seen anything like it before. It was amazing. My friends were pretending that they were going to swim, but I stopped them saying that we don't know what's in there. It looked really weird though. Why would there just be a body of water like that here? With nobody around it? It's so circle and symmetrical, it makes no sense. It can't be man-made, but why is it so round? We didn't understand, and just hung out there for a little while. It was getting dark, so we began walking even further, like we normally did, to get to the forest area. We picked up some stones, and we were messing around saying that none of us could throw it far. So we were throwing stones the whole time there. Again, it sounds like something so mundane, but at the time it was absolutely brilliant. We loved doing this. We were all joking around because I had a terrible throw on me. As we were walking, we realised we were at the exact same spot where we had heard that car all them months ago. Weird. What do you think it was? I don't know. I really don't. Do you want to investigate? Yeah, sure. We all decided to investigate. As we were going, we were shocked by what we found. There was just loads of pieces of metal everywhere. It was really strange. It almost looked like a plane had crashed off something, but there wasn't any plane. Just lumps of metal and more circle things. They're almost like discs. Where we were young, we even wondered if it was a UFO we had seen. Or maybe a UFO that had crashed. Oh, of course it wasn't. It's probably just the man tipping stuff there. You're right, we all said. And we continued to throw stones. As we did, one of the furthest throws that I did, surprisingly, made a really weird sound. It didn't sound like it had hit any ground. It almost sounded like it had sunk. Then I threw another one in the same direction. Then I heard a splash and saw some water. It was getting dark, but I definitely saw some water. We all looked at each other again. Why would there be water here? That's really strange. So we walked into the direction. Another one. A big circle filled with water. Why do these keep showing up? All we could think was that these were made by aliens, and we started to get a little freaked out. Again, my friends were willing to swim in it, but I said, no, do you know how cold it is and how dark it's getting? And they agreed that I was probably right. So we just kept on throwing stones at it. And we found more stones and more metal around. This is really strange. We continued throwing the stones. Wow, look at the size of this one, my friend said. Oh, you can't throw that. What if you miss? Miss? How am I going to miss? He threw it anyway. And he seemed to throw it really far. This time, he threw it down somewhat of a hill. We couldn't really see where the stone went. Next thing you know, I heard the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life. None of us knew what it was. Our ears were ringing. We just screamed and started running the opposite direction. We had no idea what had just happened. We again thought that maybe we had disturbed the aliens or hit their craft or something. We were clueless. Regardless, we kept sprinting. As we were running though, we went a slightly different way than we normally went because we were so scared and disorientated. As we were again, we could see more bodies of water in them circles. What the hell is this? We were convinced at this point that we had found an alien site. We kept on sprinting. As we did, we noticed more of these bodies of water. Some were quite big. Not very often, but they were getting bigger it seemed. We kept on and on sprinting until finally we could see the tall trees overshadowing us from in the distance. Quick, jump over that gate. Why is there a fence? What do them signs say? I've got no idea, just keep going. We finally got through it all and made our way back home. We were all terrified. I didn't understand why there was a fence. I swear there was never a fence, but what was that? I was still convinced in my mind that we had disturbed some aliens and we really needed to get out of there. The only difference was that when we were walking back home, we decided that we had to tell our parents about the aliens so that way we didn't get abducted or something. So I went home and told my mum, and she was just laughing, but she thought there was no way there could have been aliens. But when she saw the scared expression in my face, she looked a little different, as if she had almost been scared by my reaction. What exactly was this explosion you had saw? And I explained it, and my mum went and got my dad. Now I don't remember exactly what was said, but all I know is that I had a very long and lengthy conversation about why I should never be allowed to play again over there, and how that I could literally die about it. And just saying that alone put the fear of God into me about going back. None of us ever played there again. My mum told my friends' parents and they had the same talk about how dangerous it was to go there. As I got older, I did some research into the area because I still wanted to know what the explosion was. It turned out That was an area that had been heavily bombed during World War II and was a massively restricted area. There was literally hundreds, if not thousands, of unexploded bombs over there. Even typing this, I'm shaken to think that I was literally stood in the dead centre of what's basically a minefield littered with unexploded World War II bombs. I was 19 years old at the time. I'd been out of school for a year and it had not been a good year for me. I had opted out of college and had only been able to find a restaurant job in this tiny town where I grew up, and I was still living with my parents. I felt like a complete loser. My closest friends had either gone away to college or gotten jobs in the nearest major city and also moved away. The following year, a relative of my dad's helped me get a new job with a company. It didn't pay much, but it also had some great benefits though. It meant that I had a future and chance of advancements. I almost got a new car and I was on my way and really excited about it. To celebrate, I was spending the weekend with my two best friends who were already living in the city, in this great apartment, where lots of other college kids also lived. We were planning to go out to this club, and I had a painful breakup right out of school because of the restaurant where I worked hours, so I'd not been able to get out and meet new guys or hang out with my new friends at all, so this would have been great for me. Anyway, my two friends and I, we're all female by the way, were planning on a night of partying. I was hoping to dance and socialise, etc. So the first thing we did after work was go to buy new outfits to wear. We came back to their apartment, we did the hair and makeup thing, and we were all ready to go out. My friend Gillian said that she suddenly wasn't feeling well and decided to stay in, so the other friend and I took off for a night of fun. We made our way there in our new car and went to this first club that was very popular in the city at the time. My friend then told me that it was usually very crowded and that there was a lot of college kids and people our age from the surrounding counties and general area that all liked to hang out there because the music was so good. That Friday night, I guess something was off however, because there just wasn't that many people in there. But there was a group of baseball players who were in town to play a local university. Since we were too young to drink, we ordered a Coke and basically drank it all night. Neither of us had much money by the way. I danced with some of the baseball players, but most of them were gearing up and going to the bartenders to try and hit on them after finding out that I wasn't interested in what they wanted to do. So I was just there with my Coke. However, my friend did find this one guy and he kind of attached himself to her, and they basically danced the whole evening. So as the night went on, it got emptier and emptier, and it seemed kind of odd, and most of the baseball players and the few other people in there gradually left. At this point, I'm bored to tears, disappointed in how the night was going and wishing my friend would come on, so we could either go to another club or get back to the apartment. But I think I sat there for hours. Then, finally, at around 1 AM, the club was closing because there were so few people in there. It is then at this point that my friend informs me that we're going to give this baseball player, I'll just call him Bill, a ride back to the motel where he was staying. I knew this motel. It was completely on the opposite side of the city from where the apartment was located. I wasn't happy, but it'd been a while since I got to hang out with my friends, so I wasn't going to refuse. So then Bill went outside while my friend went to the restroom. I came out a few seconds behind him and he was on the phone. He was talking to someone on the phone, telling them that he would be back shortly. For a brief second, a little red flag went up inside me, but it was gone before I had time to think. I just wanted to take him to the motel and get it over with. Well, the three of us drove there. He sat in the front with us. We get there and he doesn't get out right away like you'd think. He kept sitting in the car and making casual conversation with my friend, and I was sitting there thinking, get out. But once again, I'm a nice person. I didn't want to get on my friend's nerves, etc. But even she was starting to get restless because it just didn't make sense for him to keep sitting there and talking about practically nothing. Well, us two small town girls didn't have the car doors locked. All of a sudden, there was this huge guy besides my car and another at the passenger side. Bill, the guy we'd given the ride to, gets out of the car and casually walks away. These two guys start pulling us out of the car. I had dealt with issues with guys when I'd grown up with, but once I got to the point across where that no means no, they all suddenly backed off and it felt like the situation was gone. So I wasn't that afraid. My friend and I were even sort of laughing at first. We thought that they were just joking. We both grabbed hold of the steering wheel and were hanging on for it for dear life, and I was trying to explain to this guy why we're not getting out of the car as he reaches in. He suddenly grabs my middle finger and bends it back painfully, and I let go of the steering wheel. He then pulls me out of the car and the other guy had my friend out, and I didn't really see what was going on with her as she was behind me, but I could sort of hear her struggling. The guy then had me by the arm and started dragging me across the parking lot towards the stairs. He was about 6'2", built and athletic, and he was actually good looking, and I was wondering what was going on, but I was still not accepting the fact that I was actually in danger. All the while that he's dragging me, first across the parking lot, then up the stairs, I'm steadily telling him how that it's not a good idea for me to go to his room and everything else I could say to try and get him to let go of me. I was trying to pull my arm away from his, but he had me in a death grip, and I'm only about 5'3" and a half and 115 pounds. The whole time I'm talking to him and struggling with him, he never says a word. He was just stone cold silent. He dragged me to the open door of a motel and shoved me inside, and there were baseball players everywhere. Some were in the bed sleeping, some were on the floor, some were sitting around watching TV. The guys were awake, were looking up at me curiously. I was trying not to step on any of them as doing so because it seemed as if they were literally everywhere. This guy dragged me over to the nearest restroom and made some older guy who was sleeping get up and shoved me onto the empty space the other guy left. At this point, I knew I was in trouble. Some guy came to the door and I stood up, and when I did, he basically body slammed me backwards onto the bed. He went to the door and was standing just outside on the balcony talking to the person, and I decided that this would be my only chance to run. Then suddenly one of the guys tries to grab me, but he wasn't able to get a good grip so I could keep on going. My friend met me at the door. She was coming from the opposite direction. We had both ran right by him literally, and that was the guy who dragged me up the stairs and the guy he was talking to. We took those concrete stairs in some sort of dressy mess because we had heels on and weird shoes, and I was so scared of falling, but I took it 2 steps at a time. I glanced behind me and the 3 guys were after us, and I didn't know how we managed to outrun them. We then quickly got into the car because the doors were still unlocked, and we got in and it was very clear that they were still chasing us. We locked the doors and took off. We spun out of the parking lot and they even chased the car. We got back to my friend's apartment and we were sort of freaked out and in disbelief and shocked that this had actually happened. I felt super nervous and very nauseous and did not feel like I could go to sleep, even though it was now the very early hours of the morning. We decided we would go to an all-night fast food joint and drink coffee and talk about what happened. I then went into another room to go and grab my jacket when we heard a knock on the door. My friend at some point had told Bill where the apartment was. We stayed inside really quiet with the 3 of the guys banging on the door and yelling for us to open it. Finally, someone else yelled out if they didn't be quiet they would call the cops, and that's when they left. We were too scared to go outside and get coffee at this point. We did discuss calling the cops, but we rationalised that this town loves their sports and they would probably just take their word over ours. I know in retrospect that we should have reported it to the university, but we just didn't think about it at the time. That was a bad choice, I know. So anyway, I'm just thankful that nothing ever actually come of this and I'm actually able to write this now. So this happened a while ago when I was about 16 or 17. I'm 22 now, but still shaken up when home alone as a result of it. I was always up late at the time, usually on my laptop or playing Xbox with my headphones in. When I took them off, that was the time that I would just lay back then fall asleep. Every night was the same, so this night was no different. I was a few seconds away from falling asleep at about 2 AM on a school night, and I suddenly hear a loud banging on the fence. It kind of sounded like somebody was struggling to climb it, but only more menacing. It was always locked, so if you wanted to come into somebody's yard, you had to buzz in or open it with a key, of course. I jumped right out of bed and looked through my window, since it was facing the left side of the house where our driveway is, and I saw nothing. I thought it was the dogs messing around, so I just went back to bed. At this point, I was so sleepy that I couldn't have even cared if it was anything, and I wanted to go to sleep. It then got really weird the next morning when I saw that both the dogs were leaving my sister's room, which means that they were sleeping there the whole night, and she told me they were growling like mad at the window at some point, but I still didn't think too much of it because I don't get scared or panic very easily. So I continued my every night routine the only way that I know, with my headphones on and without a care in the world, dropping dead after I couldn't look at the screen anymore. But one night, about 2 weeks later, I heard Frodo, our dog, probably the largest dog that you've ever seen, barking like crazy downstairs in the living room. I was quite shaken by this because it's not often he barks that mad. So I went downstairs to check out what was happening and found him just sitting there, looking through the big glass sliding door and at the back of the yard growling. I asked him what was wrong, but he couldn't even turn his head and acknowledge me, so I trusted his instinct. But I just decided that I would go back upstairs and go to bed, and then I heard it, a really loud bang. The same one I heard 2 weeks ago, but this time an automatic light sensor went off outside, which is high enough to reach to where a person's movements are, but not low enough to react to dogs. That's when I felt cramps in my stomach, and I just kind of froze there, remembering what had happened 2 weeks earlier. So I just kind of stood there frozen, waiting, listening, when I could actually hear the slow steps outside on the ice breaking the snow. It felt like hours that I was stood there, then suddenly the dog started barking his lungs out again, jumping and scratching on the glass, so probably that somebody would run away, because seconds later I heard another really loud bang on the fence, but not followed by steps or anything. At this point, my father came downstairs to see what was going on, and I explained everything to him. He immediately went out to investigate and of course found nothing. He kind of blamed me for being too paranoid and said that the dog probably saw a cat. Yeah, as if. So I had no choice to forget about the incident. The next night I decided not to use my headphones just in case anything else happened. This time it was about 1:20 and I'll never forget. I got to the window just to look out and I see a man standing on our driveway, looking to our backyard. I ducked so he couldn't see me, but I silently kept an eye on him. I left our other dog, called Sam, outside that night. It was wintry but warm enough for him to be out, and at some point he came running to the fence, barking and scaring the guy away. I immediately ran to my parents' room and told them exactly what was going on. My mum got worried and believed me, and my dad just rolled his eyes and went downstairs. I stayed with my mother that night, and in the morning my annoyed father told me that he spent the whole night up there and found nothing, and said I imagined it all. The next day was Friday, and it was my best friend's birthday. One of my other friends, Rhiannon, asked me to stay at my house that night because she lived such a long way away. At around 2 PM, we left the party and go back to my place. We wanted to have another drink or two, so I wanted to get us some wine, which was kept in our wine cellar outside the house. You have to go through our front door and off the deck to get into the old garage where all of the wine is. But we didn't use it just for that, we had other storage in there. So you have to go through another door and down 12 steps to get to the wine cellar, which is underground, right under the living room where the fireplace was lit all night so the house was warm. And some of the warmth also come down into the cellar, but that room was always crazy scary at night, so I made Rhiannon wait for me at the top of the stairs. I remember her saying, "What if someone's down there?" as a joke to scare me, and I just laughed it off, but I did have this really weird feeling in my stomach. As I walked down, I noticed the smell of wine was a lot more intense than it usually is, and somehow that freaks me out even more, but hey, can't deny my friend a bottle of wine, can I? At that moment, at the bottom of the stairs, I started laughing to Rhiannon. "See, I made it alive." We both laughed and I turned on a light. Suddenly, I had a heart attack, shock and panic. At first I just stood there, froze, and about 20 seconds later my screaming come out. Rhiannon was screaming too, even though she didn't know what was going on. There was a man sleeping in the corner, covered with old dirty blankets and a long white beard, with a big black coat on and a bottle of our wine in his hands. As I started screaming, he woke up and started shushing me. Not sure the reason for doing this, and I wasn't running at this point. He tried to come closer, and that's when I fled up the stairs. This dude then seemed to get really angry and even tried to grab my legs as I attempted to run away. How creepy is that? Rhiannon was already at our door, ringing the doorbell, screaming, and then was my saviour, my dad, holding his shotgun. He just sensed something was off. I told him everything and he told us just to wait outside. He went down there to the crime scene, and all we heard was my father screaming in a way that I've never heard him before, and not minutes later 2 police cars arrived. My mother called them, and my dad returned with this weird guy up the stairs, and they took him away in a car. We later found out that this was just a local homeless alcoholic man who was looking for a warm spot, and he took 30 bottles of our wine, and he was also smoking down there, and he did it in a way that could have burnt down the entire house. I know nothing ever happened, but the idea that somebody was just living literally underneath where my whole family was just terrifies me to this day. Yes, he's known, but whether he's known or not, who knows if his intentions could have changed if he kept on drinking. I just never want to meet him again. When I was 10, I had a best friend that I would always play out with. We both lived quite close to each other. It was less than a mile. Although our houses are surrounded by forests, because we lived so close to each other and it was so rare you would get people up where we lived, our parents had no problem with us just walking to each other. We did this lots, and I'm actually still really good friends with him. I'll just call him Paul to keep his identity private for now, but basically he was a really good friend that I had a really strong bond with. As I said, we lived near a forest. Now, a ways into the forest, there was a lake and a small hut. We never actually went into the hut because our parents warned us about it and said that they do hear and see people coming in and out of the woods at night, and there seems to always be a group of them, and they're always hooded. Sometimes when I looked out my window, I could even see the very distant faint light of their torches. Just this alone was enough to scare us out of ever going there at night or approaching the hut, because we were pretty sure that's where they always went to. During the daytime, there was nothing wrong with us going there to play and hang out. We just loved the forest. There was just something about it. I don't know, we just loved it. What we loved more than the forest was the lake. So one day, me and my friend set off like normal with our fishing gear. I said goodbye to my mum and she told me, like she always does, "Son, be careful. I've heard more reports about people going in and out of there. You better be back before it's dark." Yeah, sure mum, okay. I was just in a rush to get out. I didn't want to waste daylight even more than she did for me to get back. So I set off and started walking down the path to go and see my friend. It was very nice and somewhat calming. All I could hear was the nature and see the light of the sun piercing through the trees. I always enjoyed the walk too, because Even though I was a kid, I still enjoyed having time out on my own and being independent. I thought I was so strong and brave for going out on my own. Looking back on it now, it's kind of silly and probably not the best of things to do, but heck, I was a kid, and I really didn't give too much thought into it. Anyway, as I set off, I did notice that it started to rain very lightly, even though you could still see the sun, if you know what I mean, but that wasn't going to put me off. Even though sometimes I found it made it harder to do the fishing because the splashes on the water made it harder to see if there was anything on your line, that's if you're not holding the fishing line. But I set off anyway. The rain started to pick up, and as I got closer to my friend's house, it finally let up a little bit. The rain was only spitting down at this point. And just as I got up to where my friend lived, I heard him getting the exact same lecture from his parents. They took a break from this and looked up at me to smile quickly, and I waved back, and then they went straight back to talking to my friend about the reportings that had happened recently. Our parents didn't go into detail about them, but we just knew and understood it was very important to be back before it got dark. So I waited and waited for what felt like an eternity, waiting for my friend to stop being lectured until finally he caught up with me. "Hey man, you alright, Paul?" "Yeah, I'm good. Did you get the same thing?" "Yeah, it was really long." We decided to put it behind us because we were both pretty scared anyway, and we didn't like the way our parents were unsettling us about going out. So we set off into the forest. The rain began to pick up again, but neither of us minded. Well, I did because I forgot my coat, but that didn't matter, it's still quite humid. As we were walking, we did hear some things that kind of unsettled us. It almost sounded like voices or people talking. We weren't sure exactly where it was coming from, but the forest was so thick that you could very easily misinterpret the voice of somebody for a small animal, or vice versa, so we just assumed that this was small animals. We finally got to the lake after what felt like an eternity of walking. The rain had picked up once again. Still, both of us set out our reels and just waited for the fish to come in. I'd learnt to fish by watching my dad, and I'd taught my friend Paul to do the same. We both loved doing that, it was just so relaxing, and we had lots of fun. After a while of not finding any fish, we decided that we were going to start playing some games, and the game we always went to was either tag or hide and seek. I suggested if we played tag, but my friend Paul decided that it'd be best if we played hide and seek, because with the rain it might make it a lot more exciting. I agreed, and Paul was the first one to hide. So I sat there and just counted, keeping my eye on the water, waiting for any fish to come up. I could hear Paul's laughter getting fainter and fainter as he went off to hide. He knew not to go too far, and I trusted him to do so. There was only 2 of us anyway. I began searching for Paul after I counted to 100. He seemed to have ran off quite a long way. Paul? I thought maybe he would laugh and reply to me, but I didn't hear anything, so I started to set off, making sure I always kept the lake in sight, so that way I would know where to go back to. I had started to go a little deep into the forested area. I was very cautious though, because it's slippery, and I knew that if I had tripped or something it would be very hard to get back. "Paul, I know you're in here. Your laughter's gonna give it away, I know it is." I was still trying to make Paul laugh at the time, but I got nothing. I thought that was a little strange, because it's impossible not to laugh while you're doing this, I thought. I kept walking round, and suddenly the rain got a lot worse. I thought this was weird because it was sunny the days before now, and why has the rain picked up so heavily? It was like somebody turned the tap on or something. Even to this day I've never seen rain like it. It was almost torrential compared to how it was raining before. It didn't make sense. Ah, God, I just want to go home now, I thought to myself. Then I found a large tree that gave me some cover from the rain. I decided I was going to wait it out a bit, but then I heard thunder. Oh great, a storm's coming. It's not good to be out here at this time, especially not with a storm, I thought to myself. Just as that happened, I saw the distinctive flash of lightning. Suddenly, it had got very dark from the clouds and whatnot. I began to get a little scared, and I said, Paul, I think we gotta get going. Paul? Suddenly, I jumped at the sound of cracking thunder. I felt really scared at this point and started jogging, trying to find Paul. Paul, where are you? Paul? Suddenly, I felt somebody grab my arm. I can almost let out a scream. I felt like I was going to collapse. Oh, it was Paul. Paul, what are you... Shh, quiet, there's people there. What? I had no idea what was going on, but I just knew that I was very scared. What are you talking about, Paul? Shh, be quiet, get down, quick. Even though I was whispering, I didn't know why Paul wanted me to be so quiet. There was no way anybody would have been able to hear us anyway, what with the sound of the thunder and rain. There's people there, I'm telling you. What do you mean, Paul? At this point, he was shaking and somewhat teary. You know the people we always got warned about? That's them. There's 6 of them in black hoods. You've got to look at this. Paul, no, again. Shh, follow me. I didn't have a choice. I followed my friend Paul. I didn't really know where I was at this point, and I just prayed that Paul did. I followed him up to the hut. Paul, look, we can't. It's too dangerous. It's alright, the hut's good. Just look at this. As I was hiding behind the hut with Paul waiting for a chance to see what was going on, we were met with more thunder. This time it was more intense. It didn't make sense though, it was so dark. It was almost like night time, and this really, really harrowing wind picked up. It was really scaring me, and I started to shake a little. As I looked over to the left, I could see somewhat of a glow. I wanted to get a look at what Paul was so scared of. Look now. As I looked up, I saw 3 torches. Then I saw 6 people in hoods, all linked around each other saying some weird chants. And it looked like one of them was bleeding. I almost felt sick. And what's that smell? You've got to look at that. Oh no, it's not what I think it is it? There was 3 dead animals right next to the guys in hoods. They were bleeding heavily and probably died recently. I went really lightheaded at that point. We've got to get out of here. Quick, run. No, are you stupid? We've got to stay here. What, are you crazy, Paul? Look, if we run, they're going to see us. I swear they saw me. Oh my god, what do we do? I was shaking at this point so much that I was worried they were even going to be able to hear my feet. We got to go in the hut. No, you're crazy, Paul. We've got to. And just like that, he showed me a small opening where either an animal or a person had dug. I was scared, but I knew I'd feel a lot more safe if I went in there. So Paul led the way and I went with him into this small hut. As we sat there, the storm seemed to intensify. There was a small crack and I looked through, and what I could see was they were doing some kind of ritual or something. I was terrified. But Paul, you don't think that's the reason that all the rain's here, do you? Yes, I do. Oh god. We were terrified at this point. We had no idea what was going to happen. We didn't know where we were. It was too dark for us to find our way back. What's our parents going to think? I was so scared, and we both just sat there in silence, not knowing what to do. All we could hear is them mumbling their strange words. The only option we had was to wait it out in the storm. I was hell-bent on running out of there, but Paul told me how stupid an idea this was, and I had to agree with him. What's that? What's what? Paul, what are you talking? Oh no, they're gonna find us. I let out a gasp, and suddenly there was silence. Through a crack on the other side of the hut that we had just came through, you could see more torches approaching. Oh god, my heart beated quicker and quicker. They got closer and closer until there was silence. They were now standing only a few feet away from us. I heard one of them speak. Is that them? Oh god, I said to Paul, and he kicked me to be quiet. Then silence again. I was definite I was going to die at this point. Then suddenly, I heard the footsteps get fainter and fainter. I crawled over to the other side to look and see what was going on. They were now joining the others. What was worse, they also had a dead animal. It was disgusting. I had no idea what to do or what my parents would be thinking. I just sat there, scared, next to Paul. We couldn't even see what was in the hut around us, it was so dark. I was so scared I just laid there still. I was just terrified, so was Paul. All we could hear was the sound of their chants, and it didn't seem like it was gonna end. I decided that our best option now was just to stay there for as long as we could. After laying there silent for hours, we decided that it would be best to try and get asleep and escape in the morning. And that's just what we did. As I woke up and I realised the situation I was still in, Paul was already up. He said, "You've got to look at this." I didn't know what it was, but I looked up through the crack and it was bright as day. It was so weird, and Paul started going out. "Paul, you sure?" "Yeah, it's clear, it's alright, man." I crawled out too. What I saw scared me even more than what I had previously witnessed. It was the sunniest day that it could have possibly been. There was no evidence of rain or a storm whatsoever. Everything was dry as bone. It was so weird. How could that be possible? "Are you sure they're gone, Paul?" "Yes, they're gone." Almost angry at me. They were definitely gone, but there was no evidence of rain whatsoever. It couldn't have been possible. It was pouring down. Not a single leaf was wet. And as I turned the corner, nothing. All the animals were gone. Everything was gone. There wasn't even any blood or anything from where the people had stood the night before. No evidence of the torches, nothing. It was as if they'd never even went there before. I did make it home safely later, but that's needless to say that I was terrified. I decided not to tell my parents what had actually happened at the time, out of fear of them not believing me. But this was easily the most terrifying experience of my entire life that left me with more questions than answers. When I was younger, I grew up in a house that was literally in the middle of nowhere. The only thing that we had surrounded us was trees. That not only made me very lonely but very bored. And the biggest problem was my parents were out most of the time, so I got left with a lot of chores to do. The problem was, this was back in the time when we didn't really have phones or internet, so it made communication and seeing people really hard. The only friends that I had really were the dogs that lived about half a mile away from where our house was. They were very nice dogs, but there was about 3 of them and we just couldn't keep them in the house because even though they were nice, you couldn't trust them. They were sort of like guard dogs, if you will, although sometimes my mum takes them into the house so that she can bath them. This story took place on one of those days where I was very lonely. I'd gotten back from school early and I wanted to go and see some of my friends, but the problem was I lived so far away from everyone that I couldn't even do that, or if I did, it would take at least a 2-mile walk to even get to a bus stop. I was kind of annoyed because I really felt like I wasn't living, and it was kind of just getting me down really. So all I had to do for the day was the chores, and to be honest, it was mind-numbingly boring. Not only that, I didn't even have any siblings. After I'd completed the chores though, all I could do really was just watch out the window or read. I did some reading and kind of took my mind off things for a little while, and I really liked doing this because I found it as some kind of escape away from it all. There was, however, one thing that was very unsettling. It wasn't a problem that I'd mentioned earlier because it was something that I never really took notice of until bringing it back in this story, but we did have a problem where we lived isolated. Yeah, we did have guns and stuff, but we had some really creepy stuff happen at night. For example, once, a lot of the dogs had got killed. This didn't happen to me directly, but my father, he had it where that his previous dogs he owned got killed and he had no idea why. What's the most scary thing that I've ever heard was that my mum said that when she woke up to leave for work in the morning, there were footprints in the snow leading up to her house, and she followed them back and they went about 200 meters and they literally just stopped. Almost as if who or whatever had made it had just vanished. Now, the other problem was that though I did learn about these later, a lot of the real scary things my parents never told me about because they knew how much it would worry me. And if I think of it now, had I have known all them stories and what I'm about to share with you now, there's no way I would have lived there anyway. It kind of gave me chills just being away from everyone else, but this is one of the scarier things that happened to me, but I wasn't sure at the time if it was my mind playing tricks on me. As I couldn't sleep one night, I laid there just looking out the window, and I was half asleep at that moment and I saw what looked like handprints on the window. Now, I was on the second story of our house, but the way our house was designed, it was quite a bit taller than a normal house. I was looking at it just interested, then after about 10 minutes I kind of come round and realised that really shouldn't be there. I walked up to it and went to rub it off, nice and calm, thinking it was me earlier, but it didn't go anywhere. I tried again, and I took a step back and I realised that these were from the outside. I instantly screamed to my parents and they come rushing into my room, and I told them that I was sure somebody had tried to break in. I went outside with my dad and the gun to try and find out whoever it was, but what we found then might have been even more scary than if we had actually found someone. As we looked down, we could see that there were literally no prints whatsoever outside. There was nothing in the snow where a ladder had been, or anything at all for that matter. No footsteps, nothing. I don't like to think of it now because it scares me so much, but how could somebody have possibly got their handprints all the way up there without even leaving a trace? So, anyway, that was one of the most scary things that happened to me, but it doesn't compare to this. It was during the day that I was alone. So, back to my original story. After I'd done reading, I was just looking outside the window and I heard some of the dogs howling. I thought this was weird because they didn't normally do this, and I was almost sure that my mum said she had to take them somewhere. Regardless, I picked up my gun. Now, I know that sounds stupid, but you have to do this sometimes because we do get it where other animals can try and hunt or at least go towards a dog, so it's always important you're at least armed and ready for action in case you do. I sighed and closed the door and started down. Now, the minute I started walking towards where the dogs were, I got this really weird feeling. It was almost like it was too quiet and too silent outside. The thing that was strange was that the dogs immediately stopped the second I opened the door. Now, I know for a fact that if they're in trouble or want help, they wouldn't stop doing this. They would just go on to bark continually. So that unsettled me a little bit, but as I was walking further down, all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up and I just got this really weird cold feeling. If you've not experienced anything like this before, it might be hard to understand, but I just couldn't shake this feeling off. I went a little bit further and I realised that I started shaking. I just thought it was paranoia, but something seemed off. I then stood there for even longer and just waited. I was still expecting to hear the dogs again, but all I was met with was silence. Now, that was really strange. The dogs would have at least made sounds back to me. I continued on though with my gun in hand, and I finally got to where the dogs were. As I got to where they should have been, I couldn't hear anything. I opened the door where they went and I saw a piece of paper and note. I was very worried that somebody had left it for me and it wasn't my family members, but it was my mum. She had just reminded me that not to worry if I couldn't find the dogs because my mum had taken them out and told me just to go back inside. Now normally I would be relieved at this, but I just had to stop for a moment and it kind of all sunk in. There was no animals that should have made a sound anything like that, and how comes that my mum still hadn't returned with the dogs? As I realised this, I locked myself inside and just sat there waiting. And I was pleased to be met with more silence. Well, at least I was at first. I then heard it again, even louder. Only this time it didn't sound like an animal was making it. I began to sweat as I was holding my gun, and I heard it again. I wasn't sure whether to just shout out at whatever it was to shut up or get shot, but I just couldn't. I was almost petrified in a primitive way that I just couldn't move. I decided the best thing to do would be just to wait there. As I was waiting, I kept on hearing that sound. It was so scary it almost made me want to pass out. I heard it again, once again even louder. Just as I was looking out the window trying not to be seen, I saw something move out of my peripheral vision. It was somebody walking past in all black with some kind of face mask on, holding some type of recorder. As I listened even closely again, I could hear that it was the sounds of somebody screaming, and every so often you would hear them call out for help. I couldn't make out much more of them, but they seemed to be approaching towards a house. At this moment, I really wasn't sure what to do. I thought that I was going to die. Who in the hell is this? What do they want from me? I thought. I then realised that maybe they're going to the house to go and get my mum. I very quietly then opened the door and stepped outside, and began slowly making my way, watching my every step. I got to a point where that I couldn't see anyone, so I decided to start jogging quickly, as the sound had stopped. I then thought, oh, this could be it. I'm not going to let my mum die, and I sprinted back in, screaming out for my mum. And then I heard the dogs all barking frantically. My mum was there at the door waiting for me, asking for where I'd went. She could see how scared I looked and quickly ushered me in and closed the door. The dogs were still going mental. I took at least 5 minutes to explain what had happened from being in shock, but as I told my mum, she immediately called the police, and my dad come home almost instantly, back from work. To be honest, he looked even more scared than I did, and as I was talking to my dad explaining everything, I heard it again, this time only more faintly, but I knew it was the exact same sound. My dad almost looked angry now, and he stepped out with the dogs and his gun, and my mum begging him to stay inside, but he was having none of it. I ran up to my room to see if I could see anything, but there was nothing. I was just praying that my dad didn't get hurt in all of this. The dogs were continually going mental. I was waiting for as long as I could until eventually I just couldn't wait any longer, and I ran outside with my gun also. I was then met by my dad, and he had this same blank expression again. The dogs were still going crazy, but he told me that he didn't find anything. We then waited inside, and eventually the police showed up. And the police launched an investigation, but that was the last that we ever heard of it. It was only when looking back and piecing it all together that I realised that this must have all been connected somehow. God knows what would have happened if he had actually found me in there. The following is a story from my childhood that I very much want to forget. So during the winter time, me and my friend were playing in a nearby wooded area. It didn't matter so much that we were playing over there because where our houses were, it was just on the edge of a forested place, so even if we did play in the forest, everybody knew it like the back of their hands. People would regularly go through there walking their dogs and whatnot, and there wasn't too far to go to get lost. It was a pretty dense forest to say the least, but there was no real worries because even if our parents had to go in looking for us, which never happened, they'd know it so well. Plus the authorities lived pretty close to us, so they could easily send out help if we needed to. So we still had our winter gear on anyway because it was pretty snowy outside, or at least was slushy. It didn't matter to us because where we lived here we were used to it and we had clothes that were more than suited for this. We were fine as long as we didn't climb anything or run. We did both of them. We were young, so we didn't really care at the time. Bertie and I usually just played amongst ourselves, and today was no different. We usually just played hide and seek, but today we decided to play tag, and we'd already been messing around pretending we were in the army with guns. And it was my turn to chase my friend. What we did was we given each other a big warning, so we had lots of time to be able to chase each other. That way it was more fun because where it was winter and there weren't that many leaves on the trees, it meant that you could really see for quite a long way. Where it was all slushy as well, you didn't really want to just lay down in it, so this was the best way to play we'd figured out. So we went about doing this for a while, and I kept on getting Bertie, my friend, and eventually we decided we were going to make it even more fun. To try and make it harder for each other, we would just spin round for about 30 seconds with our eyes closed, so that way we were dizzy, and then we could go and search for each other and it'd make it even more interesting. We would also carry sticks that we were pretending were guns from earlier, just because it made it more fun. At the time of this, it was still daylight and we had lots of time to get back, and even if we were in the deepest part of the forest, it would only take about 10 minutes to walk back anyway. So we were all good. So I started off by spinning round and waited for my friend to run off. I did so and had never been so dizzy or disorientated in my life, ironically. I went to run towards my friend and laughed and tripped over and hurt my knee. I couldn't get up for a few minutes. It wasn't a really bad pain, it was just a numbing pain. Most likely I couldn't feel it because it was so cold outside. I had no clue where my friend was, and to be honest where I was going, because as I got up and started walking, my head was kinda shaking. I was calling out Bertie's name but I didn't get any reply. I began jogging round lightly but realised that I was practically going to have to crawl for at least another 5 minutes because how disorientated I was. This probably wasn't the best idea looking back on it, because this meant that I'd have no idea where I was going and I could very easily get lost in them woods. Even though I knew it pretty well, it was still going to be really hard to figure out where I was going if I lost track, because obviously it all looked the same. And where there weren't any specifically big trees to look for, or any shaded areas like you normally could where it was winter, it could make it very hard to navigate. But at the time I was so focused on this game, all I was doing was looking for Bertie, still holding my stick, searching for him. I searched for about 10 minutes and couldn't find anything. I decided that I was going to play the waiting game now, so I just sat by a tree that was bigger than the rest, where that if I positioned myself correctly behind it, then Bertie wouldn't know where I was and I could get a better sight of him. So I stopped calling out his name now and just waited. I was waiting for a while, but it started to get really cold and somewhat dark, but we were still a while away from the sunset. I knew I couldn't wait out much longer, but I decided just to sit there. It was eerily silent at first because I guess where we'd been playing for so long, I hadn't stopped to realise how that there was really no other people around. It was a bit unusual because sometimes you'd hear somebody walking their dog, but to have nobody, that was just weird. After a while of waiting though, I finally heard something. I heard some branches snap, and at first I thought it was just an animal, but I then realised that it was my friend. I instantly went silent, and I could see the breath as I exhaled where it was the winter months. As I waited, I could still hear them snapping, but it almost sounded too heavy to be my friend making them sounds. I waited and tried to see what I could find. There was nothing. I didn't understand why that I had no idea where my friend was, because normally he would have given his position away by now and I could start chasing him. So as I was standing there confused, I finally saw something out of my peripheral vision. I decided not to shout anything out because I wanted to sneak up on him this time. Now I can make it out now. Bertie was walking away from me, but he had his coat on differently this time. It was very faint, but I could make out where he was, so I decided that I was very quietly and slowly going to trail and follow him. I did so for a while, and I eventually got out of my original position and couldn't see where the tree was. I kept on very slowly and silently tracing him. I had to stop for a few times and just lay low because Bertie almost spotted me. I would stop and lay to the ground, then the chase would continue. This kept on happening and I kept on getting closer and closer to where he was. It was getting more dark now and it's harder to make him out. I hadn't realised it, but I was now deep into the forest and wasn't exactly sure where I ended up. Once again, Bertie stopped and I did too, but this time it was different. He seemed to bend down and put something on the floor. I assumed it was his stick where he got tired from carrying it. But then he got up again and carried right on. It seemed weird, it almost seemed like he was walking and moving differently from before. I still dare say anything because I didn't want to give away my game. I began trailing him again, but every time that my footprints made a sound he would stop again. He seems to not care, and every time he would just stop, do up his laces and keep on walking. For some reason, when we stopped again, I looked around and it hit me that I couldn't figure out where I was. I suddenly had this really weird feeling that I was in a dangerous situation that I immediately needed to get out of. I don't know why I felt this way, but something was just off, so I decided to stop and just let him go. I again don't know why I did this, but something just made me do it. So I was laying there, and instead of being the hunter, I began to feel like I was a hunted. It was more of a primitive feeling. My heart was going in my chest, my adrenaline was rising, and as I noticed that darkness was upon me, I got really scared. After a while I could no longer hear the footsteps, so I decided just to follow up that way just in case it was Bertie leading his way out. I was following the footprints in the snow. They were semi-covered because it had begun snowing again, but as I was following them, I saw something that seemed pretty off. After finally reaching where Bertie had stopped down to put what I thought was his stick, I saw some sweets on the floor. There were 3 of them. They'd obviously been placed there recently because there wasn't much snow over it and there was no stick in place. Even at the young age I was then, I knew it wasn't a good idea to pick them up. So I just looked at them confused, not really knowing what to make of the situation. It was getting very dark at this point, so I realised that I had to get out of there. I knew Bertie wasn't stupid and he probably either made his way back or I was just still following him. So I followed the footprints, hopefully leading me to safety. I kept on doing so, and I got to a point again where I thought Bertie had went to tie his shoelaces. As I looked down, there was even more sweets. They'd obviously been placed there by Bertie, but that didn't make sense. Neither of us had any sweets on us, and if he had some, he would have shared them before with me, so why would he have just left them there? I looked further up and I could see that just in the distance, this continued. I was a little confused and creeped out now, so I decided to stop following the footprints and I just walked off to the side. I couldn't see well over where the incline was, so I had to approach it. I was crouching down at this point, and I also swear that I could have heard more people ahead. As I was crawling up to the top of the hill, I heard another snap. Then I heard voices. Now, it wasn't just one. I was terrified by this. I felt my heart drop and I got this really weird feeling. As I stopped again, it was very cold and I really noticed it this time. I was too scared to look over the hill, so I crawled up to where there was a small opening that I could see by. Now, as I looked over, it kind of crevassed down into a small channel where there were very big hills on either side, and it kind of narrowed down until eventually there was the true forest. The forest that basically looked pitch black, it was so dense and you couldn't really see into. As I sat there, I could see that there was suites leading the entire way up. There was even more now, and there wasn't just one set of footprints, there was at least 3, and I could still hear the voices. Now, in my youth I thought that this was either somebody playing tricks on me, or Bertie decided to mess around and get more of my friends. As I was leaning over, I accidentally broke a branch with my foot, and all of the voices that I could faintly hear stopped. I knew that something was off now, and something in my gut told me to run, and that's exactly what I did. I started running as quickly as I possibly could. I wasn't sure if there were people following me, but I was so caught up in the moment, I didn't even look back once, but I just knew that I needed to get out of there. No, I didn't know where I was going, but I was running like I'd never ran before. I ran for maybe 15 minutes until eventually I found that big tree and I knew my way back. I didn't bother calling out Bertie's name or anything, I just kept on sprinting. I was pretty fit when I was younger too, so jogging like this didn't concern or worry me. I kept on sprinting until eventually it was dark, but I was thankfully met with the opening where all the houses started again. I just quickly went inside and got moaned at by my mum for being out so late. My mum then told me that Bertie had been round half an hour ago wondering where I went. I was more scared to tell my mum that I hadn't found Bertie and I'd got lost, so I didn't bother saying a word, and I just acted like, oh, he was going to come out with me anyway, and that we hadn't played earlier. I kept that secret to only me and Bertie the entire time up until today. I didn't want to get in trouble with my parents, so I never told them or alerted the authorities or anyone. When I spoke to Bertie, he didn't quite know what to make of this either, and told me that he thought I'd just messed around with him and went home to leave him out there in the forest, but we both never went in there to this day. At that age, neither of us were old enough to fully comprehend what could have possibly happened to me, but more than anyone, just myself. Looking back on it now, that was the most dangerous situation that I could have possibly ever been in, and I can't even think about the consequences of what might have just happened had I blindly continued on my own stupidity following that trail. I'm literally shaking thinking about it right now, and yes, this does still give me nightmares. I did file a police report since, but it was such a long time ago that they couldn't even do anything. But please, just let my story act as a warning to any of you. If you're young, please don't play outside on your own and do anything stupid. And if you're a parent, please take care to not let your child be as stupid as I was.
This took place in 2013. After graduating college, I was about to embark on a summer-long road trip that I had been planning for over a year. And at the last minute, my friends bailed on me. But being the adventurous sort, I decided to not let it stop me, so I packed up my guitar and I went on my way. This is how I came to be a 26-year-old girl, road tripping it across the country alone. Since I was very poor, I was camping in national forests or rest stops and living out in a borrowed minivan. All was going well and I was having the time of my life. However, a few months in, I had made it to California and I was traveling around the Vallejo, San Francisco area. One night I was looking for a new place to camp out and found myself on a Bay Area highway route with unusual detours. Because the detours were confusing and poorly marked, I found myself driving through a small town, uncertain if I was still following the detour or not. It was about 9 o'clock at night, but since it was a small town, no one seemed to be out and about to ask directions from. I tried using my phone, but the signal was crummy and my phone sucked to begin with. Figures. I mumbled and threw my useless phone on the passenger seat. It seemed I was getting out of town and into some kind of warehouse district, but I could see the highway up ahead in the distance. so I decided to head towards it. The single road I was on led me through rows of factories, but there was nowhere to turn off. I still was heading towards the highway, so I kept on. I passed a large, old car. Now, I'm terrible at identifying cars, but it's kind of what you would call a boat. Very cool, classic car kind of thing, in the parking lot of the factory. When I passed, the car's headlights were switched on, and it pulled out behind me. I honestly didn't think anything of it. I figured the poor guy was lost too, and followed me thinking I knew where I was going. I continued on for a while, with him still behind me, and I finally reached where the highway passes over the road. Much to my dismay, I turned a corner into a gravel lot of sorts that dead-ended into a fence, right underneath the highway. There was no way to get out onto the highway. Now, this is where it gets a bit creepy. The gravel area was about 2 lanes wide, but the large car pulled up behind me directly in the middle, so I couldn't get around him. This raised an immediate red flag, but I tried to convince myself that he was just a lost guy and his parking in an inconvenient way was merely an accident. However, I didn't want to get out of the van and ask him to move, so I began trying to make up a plan. I pulled a little further towards the fence, as if trying to make a U-turn. I already knew there would not be enough room, but what he did next frightened me. As the nose of my van came up against the fence, he pulled up to the fence too, at an angle, blocking me from going any further. Now, I knew he was up to no good, and now I could get a pretty good look at him, as we were very, very close to each other. He had a baseball cap on, and a crazy ZZ Top style beard. To give you a picture, I was in the right of 2 lanes, with the crazy man blocking me, and to my left and to my right was 3 cement pylons. These are what you usually see blocking off highway construction. They were running the length of the lot, with a car width, not length, but the width of the front of the car, in between them. Here is where I take a bow to the gods of dumb luck, as I saw something in those pylons that most would not. You see, prior to this road trip, I had spent 8 years as a bus driver, and much of the time was spent training new drivers. One of the maneuvers on the commercial driving test in my state was called the backward serpentine. To pass, you had to back the bus through 3 cones positioned in a straight line. Since the cones are only a bus width apart, not length, you must turn exactly the right time to master this move. It was very similar to what I was looking at now, although doing it with cones is a little different than cement blocks. Because if I crashed into the cement block, I would certainly not be able to drive out of there, and who knows what this man had in mind. I gunned it in reverse, keeping the maneuver I had taught so many times in my head. And keep in mind, driving tests are graded on accuracy, not speed. So this was the first time I had ever had to do this fast. By the time I had made it around the second pylon, he realized what was happening, but because he had a big car and was pushed up against the fence, it took him a few wiggles to get turned around. By then I had completed my maneuver and I took off back down the road. He followed, but there was no way to know if he was chasing me or fleeing, as there was only one way in or out of this place. I was scared because I was still lost, and presumably this man knew the area if he had picked this spot to wait for lost tourists, so I wasn't out of the woods yet. Pumped, full of adrenaline, I screamed out the open window, "You picked the wrong girl to play driving games with, you big dummy!" And then I heard a tiny robotic voice say, "No results for driving games, big dummy." I was confused for a minute, then remembered the useless navigator on my phone, which I had discarded. It had been flung to the floor of the passenger side during the ordeal, and I wasn't about to stop to grab it. So I just began screaming, "I-80!" at the top of my lungs. Finally, the phone heard me and gave me directions back to the highway. I drove around the area highways, stopping at gas stations to observe the other vehicles getting off at least a few times to make sure I wasn't being followed. Luckily, it was a pretty distinctive car, but still, I did this for over an hour before I felt safe enough to camp out. So, creepy, bearded man, let's not meet.
This is a story what happened to my youngest brother and I, who I am very close to. 5 months ago he started working with me at the gym doing weights and then walking 6 miles around the town we live in every day. Slowly, I began losing weight and feeling much better about myself. I just brought myself a new running outfit and put it on, along with my new running shoes, and went out for a 6-mile jog. My brother lives with me and he was very slow at getting ready. I was giving him a hard time, as older sisters sometimes do, but I told him to take his time and catch up with me on the trail. Our city has this designated jogging path on the side of the road that we usually follow all the way around our town, so I took off. I wear a backpack that wraps around my chest and I put my water bottle in it, an iPhone, etc. I put in my earbuds and hit Spotify with my workout list and kept on jogging. Keep in mind this was during the day. In fact, it was around 8:45 AM. We live in probably one of the safest towns in America, although it's about 35 minutes away from a major city. I like to run around as I'm walking and see if my brother is following me. I like to turn around and see if my brother is following me. I turn back and then I see him a good ways away. I wave and make a funny face to him as I see him wave back, and I turn around and keep going. I text him that "You're so slow, keep moving." It's important to know that my brother wears the same outfit all the time. He has 2 exact copies of his outfit and interchanges them, but they look exactly the same. It was just a grey hoodie, grey sweats, and an orange beanie that he wears under his hoodie. So I turn back when I get to the elementary school we always pass, and I see he's gaining on me. So I playfully flip him off and start jogging as he waves back and does a funny dance. Suddenly though, my phone rings and it's my brother. I pick up and he tells me, "I got your message and I'm just leaving the house now." My throat went all dry. I argue that it can't be because I see him behind me, and the person I assume was him is literally behind me. I stammer out, "Okay, see you soon," and hang up because honestly, I was so shook my mind shut down. I look at the person that I assumed was my brother and I notice how close he's getting to me. He's heavier than my brother. He is next to me now and starts walking in front of me. I yell out, "Sorry I flipped you off," thinking, okay, it's just a coincidence he's wearing exactly the same clothes as my brother. He turns back and I see an older guy, maybe in his 60s or 50s. I recognize him from the gym. He tells me he's seen me walking around town with my brother and it looks so fun that he thought he'd start doing it too. Meanwhile, he's staring so hard at me I feel violated. He then goes on telling me that my body is really good looking and other weird stuff like that. And he starts to get really creepy. Thankfully though, my brother jogs fast and catches up with us. The guy started taking off after telling me he would definitely see me around. And by the time my brother made it to where I was, the guy was across the street, literally booking it. My brother told me that it was just most likely a chance coincidence. I disagree. He was wearing the exact same outfit as my brother, even down to the orange beanie. Also, if he was just walking, then why did he wave back at me? It just doesn't add up. It just really scares me. Then on Sunday night when we returned from dinner at my mum's, we found roses and a card at our door. It says, "Thanks for walking with me."
My let's not meet encounter took place earlier this week in a beach town in Central Florida. This is my first, and hopefully last, story here. I surf, and it's a big part of my life, and if I go a few days without getting in the water, I go through withdrawals. The last year, my work schedule has changed so that I am working a lot of late evenings, usually getting home around 4 a.m. I live on the beach and I have gotten myself into a routine of coming home, grabbing my bowl of cereal, and then getting my board and heading to the beach around 4:30 a.m. It's still dark at this time, but most nights the moonlight and the glow from the pier is enough to illuminate the waves. I usually surf for a couple of hours, catch the sunrise, and then head home to sleep. Most days, the beach is empty for the first hour or so, with the exceptions of an occasional jogger. Now, Monday starts off with the usual routine. I usually stay pretty close to the pier, but the rip current was strong, and on days like that, I just drifted with the current until I hit a point about half a mile down from the pier. I used to use particular house lights as my marker, and then paddle back to the shore and walk back to my starting point. As I was waiting for the next set of lights, I noticed the outline of someone standing on the shore, watching me. I couldn't really make out any details, and just that there was indeed a person there. I really didn't think twice about it, as it's not uncommon for people to stop and watch for a few minutes. Now, I continued surfing and put him out of mind. Approximately 45 minutes later, the current had pulled me to my marker, and so I start paddling into shore. It's then I notice what I think is the same person from earlier still lingering, which is kinda odd because I've been out there a while and drifted a far distance. He apparently followed along the whole time on the shore. I reach the shore and throw a quick glance his direction. He's a husky white male about 40-ish, wearing some shorts and a ratty-looking red 49ers shirt for what I could see. He's about 15 feet behind in the shadows. And I started walking briskly back up to the beach towards the pier and my beach access ramp. He follows along, always keeping the same distance even though I speed up and slow down a few times just to see how he reacts. Nothing is said, but it's clear he's following me at this point. I get to the beach access ramp and turn around and he's gone. He must have ducked behind one of the hotel stairways is all I could think, but I wasn't going to go look for him and just chalked it up to one of the local homeless or eccentrics the area attracts, and I didn't really give it any more thought. End of the story, right? Not exactly. Now, fast forward to the next morning. It's overcast and a little darker out. I'm in my routine and I'm back at the beach about 4:45 a.m. The swells were light and I was getting closer to the pier, just floating as there's no rip current this day. I started to get that you're being watched feeling, and I can't seem to shake it. Now, looking around, the beach and the pier are deserted except I notice what looks like a lone fisherman standing above me on the pier, but I can't really make out any of his details as he was backlit and I could only see his outline. I did not notice a pole, he was just standing there. I get in a wave, and as I glance back, it looks like the guy threw something into the water at that moment. I didn't think anything of it, until a few minutes later, I glance back and it appears he just tossed something else into the water. As I look back, his direction, he stops what he's doing and just stands there motionless. So now I'm curious, what's up? The sky was lighting up a bit and the next set of waves roll through. This time as I start paddling into the wave, I'm watching him over my shoulder. As soon as it looks like my attention is elsewhere, the man tosses in several more objects, yet stops as soon as I'm turned back towards him. Now, it finally dawns on me what he's doing. He's chumming in the water by tossing chunks of meat into the sea around me. You chum to attract fish. Now, the bigger the pieces you use, the bigger fish you attract, and these were not small. This guy has no fishing gear with him and is attempting to attract sharks right to where I am, in the dark water maybe 150 yards offshore. Now, I am instantly a mix of fear and little anger. I start paddling hard but steadily into shore, and he then drops all pretense and dumps an entire bucket over the side of the pier while starting to walk back towards the shore end. As I step out of the water, I start to move towards the pier stairwell, intent on confronting him. I'm no punk, and this guy just put me into a very dangerous situation. This guy is coming down the pier in my direction as well, and this is when I finally get a decent look at the guy. He appears a little heavy-set. He's wearing a red t-shirt, a red 49ers shirt, and the same guy from the day before. At this moment, a strong feeling comes over me, and I need to get out of there instead of escalating the situation further. I am not the toughest guy on the block, but I have had my share of scraps and generally don't shy away from confrontations, but something inside of me felt very, very wrong. I changed directions and began walking towards the beach access ramp and towards home. He comes down the stairs and continues to follow me at about a 10 feet distance. The only sounds are the waves crashing on the shore as we play out a low-speed pursuit across the sand. I get to the beach ramp and start to go up. Now, this ramp has a 90-degree turn about halfway, and that leads to a 30 or so yard long walkway between two condo buildings to access the beach/street. Once I hit the 90-degree turn, and I am out of his immediate line of sight, I book it and double time it to the far end of the hallway, putting some distance between us. I'm still going back and forth in my head if I should confront him or follow my gut and just walk away. I stop and wait at the far end of the walk. As he turns the corner, at the 90-degree bend, he just stops. We just stare at each other in silence. After what felt like ages, but probably was only 20 seconds, he reached into his waistband and draws out what I take to be a fillet knife. I can see its reflection in the light. He waves at me with his other hand, lets out a sharp laugh and quickly spins on his heels, disappearing back down the ramp and out of sight. I decided I had had enough and taken a slightly roundabout route to make sure he wasn't telling me still. I headed home. I haven't seen him since, but I also haven't been back to the beach in a few days. So the guy who tried to turn me into shark bait, let's not meet again.
This is a story about the most disturbing thing that ever happened to me while delivering pizzas in high school. There's a few others, but this one, it stands out above all the rest. I was 16 years old at the time and just got my license, so I needed to pay for a car. A few of my good friends were working at a local place downtown that sold pizzas, so I decided to apply for the job and got it without even having to interview because they were so short-staffed. They also hired me as a delivery driver without even checking to see if I had a license or not. I did, but I always thought it was funny. About a month or two later, we were having a really busy night and I was sent off as a delivery guy into a fairly nice place on the other side of the town. This was before GPS was common and not very reliable, so we still used maps to locate the houses. This particular house was in a new development, so it wasn't listed on any of our directories, but my boss did think he knew roughly where it was, so giving me directions. He was way off, so I had to call the house for directions, and things started to get a little weird. The conversation that we had on the phone was normal. I told the man I was near his house but needed directions because the one I was given wasn't very accurate. He was very understanding and told me how to get there from the road that I was on. A few minutes later I pulled into his driveway and instantly got a bad feeling. This was a man in his early 50s or 60s and was standing in the middle of his driveway. He was creepy to say the least. He had some satisfied smile on his face and he was wearing a maroon silk bathrobe. I got out of my car and gave him his 10-inch Hawaiian pizza, which cost $10.95 at the time. He gave me a 20 and told me to keep the change. Well, considering I was late on the delivery and had to call the customer for directions, I really wasn't expecting this. Heck, I couldn't believe I was getting a $10 tip. I drove away from the delivery thinking that something was off, but I got a great tip. I was happy. I lit up a smoke and turned up my radio when I felt my phone vibrate. It was the house that I was just at. I got nervous thinking it was going to be a complaint or something bad, because why else would you call the delivery guy who just given you your food? My blood cold at the words that came out of his mouth. "Do you want to come back over and get the knife?" he said, or at least that's what I heard. I had said nothing and hung up the phone and drove back as fast as I could to get to work. As I called one of my friends who was working there at the time, I told him what had happened. On the 5-minute ride back to work, he called me at least 3 or 4 more times. For some reason, I actually answered one of the calls and he asked me if I wanted to come over after I got off work and spend the night. When I finally got back to work, I was greeted by laughter from pretty much everybody working there. Everybody thought I was either faking it or overreacting. Then I got another call on my phone from the exact same guy. I showed my manager while the phone was ringing and let it just go straight to voicemail. That's when he decided to call the restaurant. Once this happened, my manager finally realised that this was probably a serious situation and answered the phone pretending to be me. He had a very short conversation with the guy and at the end told him that he's not allowed to do business with us ever again and blocked his number. When my boss hung up at the end, his face was pure white. He looked like he could barely comprehend what had just happened. I asked what had the guy actually said, but my boss would not repeat the words that came out of his mouth. I was so paranoid that I had to stay with my friends that night instead of going home. Guess who called later? Yep, and it was at least 10 times now. For at least a week or 2, I was living in fear of being kidnapped. I was always looking at people or cars that were going around me, just paranoid, expecting that I was going to be watched or followed. It's possible that I was right because the phone calls, they started happening again. This is when I decided that it was time to go and call the cops and put an end to all of this. I explained everything to the police officer and he assured me that they would take care of the situation. Turns out the cops did nothing. I live in a low crime town of less than 20,000 people, but that didn't do anything to put my mind at ease. This guy didn't have anything else to do that day except write some speeding tickets during the afternoon and some DWIs in the evening. The calls, they kept on coming in and my paranoia grew. This needs to stop. So I told my boss that things hadn't improved and he called the cops himself. An officer came down to the restaurant and took down our statements. Unlike the other officer, this man was visibly shaken and angered by the events that had happened. He promised that he would personally handle the situation and I didn't have to worry anymore. The police officer would follow up on what he had said, however, and I never heard from that creep again. I kept the same job for about 3 years and had nothing else but great times there. However, creepy silk bathrobe weird guy let's never meet again. Following story happened to me when I was 19 or 20. I was an attractive and petite female. I was at a beach near my house in the middle of the day, but it was early May and about 60 degrees out, so there weren't too many people out there, maybe 2 or 3 on the beach. I was by myself, sitting on my towel reading a book when this man came up to me. The man was probably in his late 30s and early 40s, fit and what most people would consider attractive. He sat down on my towel and asked me what I was reading. I was already freaked out that a stranger would come up to me and sit on my towel, but I answered. He kept asking questions like my name, age, where I went to school, and all of them weird things that you wouldn't really expect a stranger you've never met before to start asking you. All of a sudden, he came right up next to me. Then he put his hand on me. I screamed and ran the hell out of there. Luckily there was someone else right on the beach who looked over to see what was going on, so he didn't chase me. I ran back to my car that was in the parking lot about half a mile away. There were no other cars there. I then looked around and didn't see the man anywhere. I assumed my scream and the other person had scared him off. Fast forward 1 or 2 days later, I get a letter in the mail without a return address. I immediately went straight to the police with the letter in a plastic bag in case they wanted to look for fingerprints. I told the detective about him touching me and all the other weird things he said. The detective said he couldn't do anything because there was no evidence of a crime, but offered to call and scare him. I agreed and he kept the letter. I'm assuming he called the man that day and told him to leave me alone because I never heard from him again, but I was sure that I saw him following me in a car shortly after. After I ran away on the beach, he must have either followed me back to my house or gotten my license plate. How else would he have got all that information about me? But everywhere I looked, there were no cars behind me when I left or anywhere near the car park. I was paying extremely close attention too. How he got all this information I don't know. I'm just thankful that he stopped stalking me. Hello everyone, thank you for watching the video. That was a compilation of some of my favourite stories that I've narrated. If you liked the video then please give it a like and subscribe for my future content. If you have any suggestions for any videos or anything else you'd like to see me do then please leave them in the comments below for me. I also wanted to say a massive thank you and shout out to my friend YeahManTV. He has really good content and he's the other narrator you can hear on this video, so make sure you go and check out his channel and content. So thank you again to him. I thought it'd be good to let you all know that I'm going to be doing a big range of videos, so I'll be covering lots and lots of different themes, so you've got that to look forward to. And I'm also in the proceeds of lots and lots of collabs because I know that's what a lot of people have been asking for, and I have about 5 or 6 in the works right now and I'm going to get some really good people on it. So yeah, that's to look forward to, and I just wanted to say thank you again for watching the video, and I'm thinking about doing some merchandise soon, so if you have any suggestions for anything you'd like to see me do then please leave them in the comments below. So yeah, that's it as far as an update goes as well, and I'm doing quite well. Yeah, I'm just nice and happy at the minute. I've been getting a lot better sleep finally and I just feel great for it. But yeah, other than that everything's good. I hope you're all doing well and I hope you have a really nice day.